I'm hoping this will be a bit breezier than last time, because 4-hour episode. It's a little rough.
We finally really did it. You maniacs! You blew it up! Oh, damn you! God damn you all to hell!
Welcome, everyone, to episode 115 of the Neon Crew podcast. My name is Kyle.
I'm Mac.
Welcome to our special Oscar Best Picture nominees discussion episode.
Yeah.
Which movie is Mac going to dunk on the most? Which movie is Kyle going to wax poetic about?
Yeah.
Where do their rankings lie? Find out in this episode right now.
Yes.
So
exciting.
I didn't have an intro written down.
Okay.
Normally, when I intro, I quote a movie that we're discussing. Normally, we only discuss 2, maybe 3 movies per episode, right? If we're feeling zesty.
Yeah.
But this is our annual Oscars Best Picture discussion episode. And this is actually going to be the first time that we'll be doing this pre-Oscar ceremony.
Love that it lines up.
I love that it lines up. This episode will be coming out the same day that the Oscar ceremony takes place. And so you'll get to listen along. You'll get to hear our predictions, probably our rankings of the Best Picture nominees, and get to play along with us.
Yeah.
And you'll get to see whether or not we are just so off the mark and stupid, or if we are right on the bullseye.
Somewhere in between.
Probably. More than likely. It's not going to be any super dramatic thing one way or the other.
Yeah.
It's probably just going to be they got a couple things right.
Yeah.
As far as predictions goes. But we can save those for the end.
Okay.
And I have a list of predictions that I've made. My throat is constricting as I speak.
It's
Give
okay.
me 1 second.
All right.
Hello. There we go.
Yeah.
Now I'm sounding like a normal human boy.
Not from Bugonia.
Well, maybe that can be the first one we talk about. But if you guys don't know, if you haven't listened to one of these episodes before, Mac and I will be going through all 10 Best Picture nominees. We will flip a coin, decide who gets to pick what movie first that we discuss.
Yep.
From the list of the 10, which I will read off now, we've got Bugonia, F1, Frankenstein, Hamnet, Marty Supreme, The Secret Agent, Sentimental Value, Sinners, and Train Dreams. And some of you might be thinking, but wait, you guys have fully discussed some of these before in previous episodes. And, we'll touch on them a little bit.
See how they sit with us.
Kind of check in, update, maybe give some predictions as far as how they'll do in the ceremony.
Should
but
probably bring up
the movies themselves.
Not the movies. I got that. That's all.
Oh, that's all locked in the vault.
I already did my discussion with myself.
In the mirror?
Preston. It's a 4-hour drive to Indianapolis.
You got to think about something.
It was gonna be football stuff, and then I started talking about the movies.
Do you actually out loud verbalize talk to yourself?
Oh yeah.
I'm glad I'm not the only one, because I do that all the time.
Yeah, I sat there.
Even on
5-minute
drives. I just
cement thoughts.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good way to get them out.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at the 2026 just Oscars in general to see movies that we talk about, what's getting nominated.
Yeah.
Outside of just Best Picture. Obviously.
Right. Yeah, there's some that I still need to catch up on, like Blue Moon I still want to watch. There's a few others under that category. Shall I flip the coin?
Yes.
And decide which of us goes first?
Yep.
I will let you call.
All right, heads.
All right. It is tails.
All right.
Which is funny because I feel like if you listen to last year's episode, it played out almost the exact same way and you gave that same exact response.
Well,
I'm like almost confident that
I
that's
don't know
how it
what
went
movie
down.
I would have picked first.
I think you ripped the Band-Aid off and picked Amelia Perez.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
it this
since
time.
I won the coin toss,
Yep.
and I get to pick the first movie, I figured, we kind of teed it up a little bit. I've got the page open for it. So I figured we might as well jump in and start discussing Bugonia.
Oh, right.
It's the first on the list alphabetically.
Yes.
It's what you kind of threw out there, and I already kind of had it on the
Now
brain.
we're going to save our 1 through 10 till the end.
Yes.
No ratings. Just, we talk about it. You get a sense of where the guy's at with it.
I think we can give our number ratings.
Oh, yeah,
but for our
sure.
rankings, we should save that for the end.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So how does this usually work? I always forget every year. Is it when one person picks, the other person describes it, or
No, I think we should.
am I describing Bugonia?
Yeah, you pick it. I think you get the film to talk about.
I dance with the one that brought me.
Yeah. You wanted to talk about Bugonia.
I did want to talk
Yeah.
about Bugonia, so I will talk about 2025 black comedy thriller film directed by Yorgos Lanthimos, written by Will Tracy, Bugonia. This is technically an English language remake of the South Korean film Save the Green Planet by Jang Joon-hwan.
Oh.
Although I feel like this has enough of Yorgos's kind of creative fixings and, his own name slapped on it to where you could pretty much just call this a Yorgos film. It stars Emma Stone, Jesse Plemons, Aidan Delbus, Stavros Halkias, previously discussed cast member on this podcast, and Alicia Silverstone. And it is essentially about the character of Teddy, played by Jesse Plemons, who is convinced beyond normal evidence that this super wealthy CEO of this pharmaceutical company, Michelle Fuller, played by Emma Stone, is an alien sent down to judge us as a species. We get a little bit of insight as to the inner machinations of Teddy and his cousin, Don, who's kind of like his sort of, don't want to put a label on it, but developmentally disabled cousin,
Yeah,
who's
something. Yes.
easily manipulated. And so you get a very kind of morally gray look at this situation. You're kind of scratching your head as the movie's playing along, going, how crazy is this guy, or is there something substantial to his claims? And that's pretty much all I can say without giving too much away.
We do have spoilers in this, right?
Yes, we do talk about spoilers. So if you guys don't want to be spoiled for this movie,
Or you want to have some inside information to help you out with your Oscar picks?
there you go. You can keep listening, or you can jump to another film discussion. There will be time codes in the description. Bugonia.
Okay.
I'm just gonna level with you. This was a favorite of mine of last year.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Showing my ass
Yeah,
right away.
I guess so.
Kind of like what Yorgos would do, I think.
Or William Wallace and Braveheart.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure.
Giving it to them Englishmen, right?
Yeah.
No, I think this movie has a tremendous amount going for it. There's a lot that I really appreciate about this movie. This is, I think, out of the 4 Yorgos movies I've seen, my number 1.
Really?
Yes. I've seen Poor Things, which I really like. Kinds of Kindness, which is a bit of a slog to get through. Yeah. There's a lot that I like about it, but it's I don't think I'm throwing that back on again.
Right.
And then Killing of a Sacred Deer, which I would probably give another chance. It's been years since I've seen it.
You did not. Yeah. Didn't that rub you the wrong way?
A little bit, but it was my very first Yorgos.
That's right. You weren't sure. The style was not there. You didn't understand the man.
I'm curious how I would feel on a rewatch.
Because I think I also was it's a dark comedy.
Yeah. And I was I don't know. I think you're supposed to kind of take it seriously. And then now watching these movies, it's wow, how fucking stupid I was to assume that he was totally at face value, just making me think it was serious.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, this is my number 1 Yorgos with a bullet until I watch more.
Yeah.
And if something usurps it, then that's what happens.
I think
but
this is probably my number 2.
Okay.
Him. Killing of a Sacred Deer would be number 1.
Nice. Okay.
Poor Things Poor Things was all right. I just did not, the humor was not as much ingrained with it.
Poor Things I liked quite a bit. It's one of those movies that I think can overstay its welcome.
Yeah.
And I mean, we talked about it in a previous episode. But it seems like one of those things where, like, yeah, if Yorgos makes a movie like once every year, it's almost guaranteed to get some Oscar buzz at the very least. You know, Best Picture wise, right? Because he's had The Favorite, he's had Poor Things, and now Bugonia, right? I think obviously Dogtooth was like, you know, his first kind of breakout with international feature. Which I have not seen yet.
Me neither. It's on the watch list.
By all accounts, seems like a pretty normal movie, right?
No,
nothing weird going on there.
Right.
But
not as weird as he's gotten into, I think. But you definitely, it's the start of Yorgos.
Yeah, the kind of at least introduction to you know, American audiences in a way, bringing it to the award stage. But no, what did you think of Bugonia?
I liked Bugonia. I caught up with this. You know, right when it hit Peacock, I had it circled on movie to check out. I think Kinds of Kindness was right there too, and rubbed people in different ways or all over. You know,
lathered them up.
Yeah, and so like this one was kind of like tentative. Like I don't know if I'm going to check it out in theaters. Caught up with it. Very, I don't want to say heady, but it does feel like it's satirical. You know, with where we're at, and you're sitting there, you think it's pulling punch or not pulling punches, and all of a sudden it switches itself up on you at the very end there, and it's like, I really don't know what Yorgos is going for, and I think he's poking fun at both sides with it.
Yeah, it feels like he's putting like a magnifying glass on every sort of aspect of like this sort of conspiratorial side of American culture, specifically a magnifying glass that has the sun shining through it.
Oh, big time. Yeah. But then, you know, it I think what it does is it ends up saying is that we all miss the bigger picture.
Yeah.
Right.
Which is, I guess, more or less, to simplify this, the elites of the world just control us all, and we are all just peons in their game. And they can decide whether or not we live or die on a whim, and there's no consequences for them at all.
No, it's just, yeah, it's literally within a breath.
Because it's one of those things, and I mean, I guess, you know, we're talking spoilers, right? I guess we can kind of
I mean, I don't know if we have to give like the exact ending away or anything like that, but there is.
It's one of those things where like it's kind of like the Blade Runner thing of is Harrison Ford's character a replicant or not?
Right.
And the real question you kind of have to ask yourself is, does it matter? And to me, it's almost the same thing of this, where it's like, is Emma Stone's character an alien? And then it's sort of the same exact thing of like, does it matter if she's an alien or not?
There was the broader theme or whatever they were trying to touch on, you know, is more powerful than the question itself.
Yeah, it felt more like a fun sort of way to frame the story itself and to give it that extra layer of like Yorgos weirdness.
Yeah.
While at the same time, very effectively, in my opinion, just like getting across this idea that like, yeah, she's a person who is in a position of power, and that is fueling this poor, young, fragile-minded man's journey or misjourney of like trying to figure out how to regain control of his life.
Right. Yeah. I know it's almost like an anti-hero.
Yeah, because I mean, it'd be very easy to paint Teddy as this like kind of altruistic, like, oh, I got to take down the elite for the good of humanity. And it's like, no, he's just like, he got fucked over because his mom got sick.
Yep.
And this company wouldn't pay him out properly.
Yep.
And he's just kind of got this vendetta now that he's like dedicated his life to. And it's more or less just kind of like horribly negatively affected him and the people around him.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Just a little bit. You find out some nefarious things.
Yeah.
That he gets up to in his spare time, like torturing people, trying to figure out if they're aliens or not. But I mean, that's part of what makes this movie, I think, really fun and interesting.
Yes,
is like that gray kind of like uncomfortable feeling that Yorgos is so good at tapping into.
Yeah, because there's breadcrumbs that he leaves for you to leave that level of uncertainty there. Mm-hmm. You know, where there's a lot of the time where you're like, oh. She isn't an alien, you know, and if you're viewing it that whole time, this is all torture, right? But then if you're like, oh, she is an alien, you're kind of wondering where's this going to, and it's always that there's misdirection, sleight of hand. There's just a lot of things that play out where you think Emma Stone's character is going to get the upper hand, and then it doesn't happen, and so it's just this really fun back and forth of them going on with really just poor choices being made ultimately. Right?
Poor things. Yeah. Poor choices and things being made.
But this really hinges on the characters, and I would say, some of the story itself, but without the two performances that we get from Emma Stone and Jesse Plemons in this, it's probably a much lesser film.
I think, yeah, this is a movie that like hinges on the leads.
Have to.
Specifically, I think Jesse Plemons is so impressive in this. It's almost, if it wasn't such like a stacked year performance-wise for lead actor.
I can't believe I just looked at that. That's what I was thinking. I was like, how is he not in it?
I know. And you look at the list and you're like, okay, I kind of get it. But it's like, damn, I wish one of these days my boy would get his dues.
Yeah.
Because he's really fucking good in this.
He plays like controlled unhinged very well in this.
It almost feels like one of those things where it's like, oh, okay, is this like a typecasting thing? Is Jesse Plemons playing like a dead-eyed sociopath like he's, been doing lately? And it's like, he's able to like do it in such ways where it's like just turning the dial a little bit, getting to like this sort of different thing where it's like, you watch something like Breaking Bad or Civil War, and it's like there's no redeeming qualities about this guy. This guy is just like a dead-eyed freak who I cannot root for at all. And it's like this movie does the heavy lifting of like, no, we're going to make him complicated in a way where it's like you don't condone what he's doing, but like you can kind of get to how a person gets to that point.
It's like sympathetic.
Yeah.
You could look at him as an anti-hero, or you could look at him as a sympathetic villain, which I think is another great thing that this movie does with the characters, because you could do the same thing with Emma Stone. Mm-hmm. And that's where the question that you were talking about, and what we're like is ultimately it's driving to is I think where it's much more powerful at the end of what it's really conveying, as opposed to looking at the two people involved with all this.
This movie does the thing that Eddington kind of did the same thing, just like to much more of a degree. I
think they're both kind of they're both hitting the nail on the head, in my opinion. Well, just in different realms.
They're both like of a kin.
Yeah.
But to me, this movie does the same thing of like, these people are talking about subjects in which like the lack of knowledge or confidence is used as a way to make us as an audience feel a certain way about a character. So like when Teddy's going on about like these diatribes of like, what monetary value means, or like, the class disparity and like all these different conspiratorial things that he's spouting off that he knows a lot about, but he like will trip up or he'll misuse a word. And that will discredit us as the audience watching him going like, oh, this guy is maybe kind of full of shit.
Yes.
And it's like, no, he's talking in a way that like, most human beings talk, is just when he's passionate about the subject and he trips up over himself. It's like people use that to discredit people all the time. And it's
gaslighting.
It's such a brilliant way to portray that character. And like keep that balance.
Well, and you have to, and I also think it's just it is how you can have notions and ideas, but it doesn't cement them as facts. And I think that's where a lot of where we're at now with everything being so black and white, is that you can't have notions or ideas anymore. Everything's got to be fact based. We live in a world of technology where if you say something, you're going to Google it.
Yeah.
Right. And I think I played a little bit into like the conspiratorial aspect with him, and he's getting a lot of his information, and a lot of it, and it's very true too with just how online present works, and one of the fun things that I know I've heard is someone say, hey, if you want to be right, you can get online and you can be right. Mm-hmm. And that's where like that discrediting comes from.
You can be right in the certain circles that you're a part of. Yeah.
Any opinion that you want to have, if you want to get to like hey, this other people agree with me, and that's what the ultimate stamp is. Mm-hmm. You can do that, and that's what I felt like he was doing. But at the same token, like you said, he does have a lot of information. Mm-hmm. And it's always fun to me. It's like the guys that read like the encyclopedia. Like you could quote or read through the encyclopedia, right? But do you actually know what you're talking about? Is it all surface level knowledge where it's just, numbers and definitions, or do you actually know how like the interwebbings work?
Are you like soaking this all in completely?
Yeah, and that's where he would get. That's what he's delving into that world, but the connections aren't connecting.
Yeah, it's almost like he's going through the motions of someone who would be this knowledgeable about these sorts of things.
Yes, that's where, it's great writing from Yorgos, and I don't know if you wrote the script of this or not, but
the script was written by Will Tracy.
Yeah.
What else has he done? Oh, I guess he's mostly editor in chief at The Onion.
No, that's fantastic.
That's it makes the satirical angle of this even better.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We can focus on the performances. I mean, we already talked about Emma Stone, Jesse Plemons, Aidan Delbus, his cousin.
Yeah, fantastic.
Fantastic performance. Obviously, the character is written in a way where it is playing to the strengths of the actor, because I read that the actor actually has autism.
Okay.
I think that makes it even more impressive because, one, you avoid the pitfall of, we're going to get an actor who doesn't have autism to play autistic on screen, and that can be a little messy. And two,
the woke mob.
Your
ableism.
You're getting the experience that a person who has actually lived through, and you're translating it to the screen in a way that's like, yeah, this is effective for this type of movie. It doesn't feel exploitative.
No, it gives it more of a authenticity.
Yeah, and like.
Right?
He never feels like completely helpless, but you do get the idea that like, oh yeah, Teddy's just like, in charge of this guy and has like complete, kind of like, I don't know, autonomy over him at a lot of different intervals. Yeah. Just like, yeah, you're going to do as I say. And like, you might question some things, but it's like, I'm going to have a response, as ridiculous as it is, that you'll maybe buy, right? Why we have to chemically castrate ourselves, and
that's where you get into like some of the things like it's a controlling aspect. Is it you say altruistic, or is this for own self-interest?
Yeah,
right. Like I have to have I'm taking a weak-minded individual, I'm using them to run my whatever I want to exploit, my nefarious behaviors.
Yeah, because like it says a lot to us as an audience of like, okay, so the only guy that this guy was able to convince was his autistic cousin, of like all of his shit that he's spouting off and that he believes all the time or whatever.
But he was fantastic. He's great. I really enjoyed what's his cousin's, what was his name?
Don.
I really like Don's. He's got a very wholesomeness.
Yeah.
Which there is a scene where it breaks your heart.
Yeah.
And you're just like, God damn it. And that's where it almost sets off the chain of events of how much worse this is going to get.
Right.
Mind you, it gets a lot worse.
Stavi, our boy.
Yeah.
He comes in as a cop.
So dry.
Probably the most humor I think that the movie directly injects, when he just comes in, and I mean, I guess I won't like give too much away.
Oh my god, dude.
People need to see this movie.
Fucking plot line is just bizarre to me.
It's so bizarre, but I think it fits in, and like it tells you a little bit about Teddy's character, and like why he is the way he is.
It discredits him with because now you have this angle, and you're watching, and you're like, all right, maybe this guy is incredibly smart, or maybe he's figured it out. And then you insert that, and it really discredits Teddy for like, all right, this starts to feel more along the lines of bullshit than it does legitimate.
I know, but I really like that. And I like
it plays into the movie.
The humor that Stavros brings into a Yorgos movie, I think, I don't know, it feels very complimentary to me.
Oh, it was, everyone in this movie nailed their part.
Yeah.
And I'm not knocking this. I thought he was great in it. You do the fuck, there he is, and then how dry he is with everything, and just God.
Yeah, it's like using the strengths of Stavros as like, we can really frame this guy as being like unsettling and like almost a monstrous way, but we're still gonna portray him as like being kind of doughy-eyed and pathetic.
Yes,
and so like. I not to give anything too much away, but like when he meets his fate, it's like, I don't know, it's like entertaining, kind of satisfying.
Yeah, there's a lot that. Well, at that point, oh God, yes, there's so much shit happening when all this is going down. You are an emotional blender.
Yeah.
Like, there's a couple incidences that happen beforehand, and it's really got you tied up, and then that happens. You're like, boy, that's kind of redeeming, but I don't know, and it's just this movie is like nonstop. I want to say it like distills everything that you're feeling.
Yeah.
Right? Like because you can't lean into one cauldron or the other. Like all these emotions are just getting evenly poured out everywhere. Which makes it satisfying. I mean, it's part of the beauty of it. Mm-hmm. But
I agree.
yeah, his role in this he was pretty dry. It was like one of those things where you're kind of nodding, and at the same time, like, is Teddy? That's why I say, like, Jesse Plemons in the shit with some of the things that he's doing is like controlled, unhinged, right? Mm-hmm. Like you feel kind of justified with what he's doing, but it's also like, he talked about controlling his emotions, but that's an unemotional control.
Yeah, And that's something that I think, Plemons is able to play so well.
Yeah.
It's like you would not be able to see someone like Chris Hemsworth in this role and like take it seriously, right? Like,
no.
That wouldn't be playing to his strengths at all. He'd be like out of his element. Whereas like Jesse Plemons, it's like, yeah, there's like a patheticness to this that kind of makes me sympathetic towards him. But then it's like, oh, you're doing all this heinous shit. Like,
yeah.
And it uses our previous knowledge of like the characters that he's played before as like,
yeah,
oh, I'm kind of on edge with this guy anyway. Like, I gotta watch my guard around him.
This movie starts out with you already tiptoeing.
Yeah,
You kind of like the last thing I know I saw him in was Civil War, and so it's already like uneasy.
Yeah,
if you see him, and then all of a sudden, chemical castration within the first 10 to 15 minutes. I'm like, where are we going?
And he's lost a bunch of weight. To his credit, I don't know if he lost it for this movie specifically, or if he just decided, I want to look a little more trim. But he's, I think very appropriately skinny in this movie in a way that's like, yeah, I could see this guy. He could work in like a warehouse or whatever. There's like a bit of an uneasiness to him how he's like riding his bike to work every day.
Well, just the shit he's talking about. Like it all fits, which is another great thing. It's not like he's doing something that him in society and what he's bringing to society. Really, it all fits the bill.
Yeah,
God, I thought there was a metaphor within that too. I liked how he was in the packaging. Oh, it was for the chemical company.
Yeah, he works for the company.
And they package up all the goods.
Yeah. What do we think of Emma Stone getting Best Actress nom for this movie?
Should we do kind of before? Can we highlight these?
Sure.
I'm going to do this for all of them, but
yeah, go for it.
This is nominated for Best Picture.
Yep.
Best Actress and Best Adapted Screenplay.
Okay.
So Emma Stone winning it in terms of the field with what she has. God, I should probably have 2 tabs open now so I can actually see who she's going against.
I can give it to you real quick.
Yeah.
So the other Best Actresses are Jessie Buckley for Hamnet, Rose Byrne for If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You, Kate Hudson for Song Sung Blue, Renee Reinsve for Sentimental Value, and then, of course, Emma Stone.
Yeah, this is... Actually, this is kind of a crowded field.
It is. I have my prediction. I won't say what it is quite yet. But
in terms of her winning, I would give her like a 33% chance. Now, 2 of the movies I have not seen.
Right.
But...
yeah. I want to see If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I'm in a huge hurry to see Song Sung Blue.
That one's on Peacock. That one... And I heard that Kate Hudson is phenomenal in that.
I've heard she's like really like she kind of blows Hugh Jackman out of the water.
Yeah, but almost going back to Almost Famous. But no, I think Emma Stone. She is. I don't know. She shaved her head for this thing.
She shaved her head, but it almost feels like it's one of those things where it's her working with Yorgos. Like she's basically his muse at this point.
Oh yeah,
almost feels like a little too easy, and one of those things where like, do we really need her to be nominated again? I mean, she just won, and maybe it could leave some room for another performance.
I think she's the third one out of the 3 that I got.
Right.
So I see her being nominated, but it feels more about leaning into the character and some of the things that happen on screen with the character as opposed to the character itself. not to say it's not like I could see anyone else playing the role, but I think this one at least has a little bit more. I could fit someone in there.
Yeah. Like, I get what you mean exactly, in that, like, the things that you have had to do to portray this character, as opposed to, like you said,
and
just
the
like
character itself and the representation and getting into the character. Like, she's so it's not one note. She's got to play a lot of different kind of physical, like her physical acting in this, right? Like, it's you're being held by a crazy man and he's calling you an alien, and you know what the truth is and what it isn't, and you're tiptoeing a line. So it's, you can see that, but I think some of the more of the actions and what happens on screen really fit in with this, because it's like, how hard. All right, you shave your head, but now you have to act doughy-eyed and kind of scared, a little timid, and you're trying to figure out a crazy person. Like, I feel like that's.
I mean, one thing I can point to, and I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good.
One thing I can point to is that back and forth dialogue scene at the dinner table.
Yes.
Like, that to me is like, okay, if you're going to nominate her for this movie, like, this is the scene that you put in the reel.
You better.
Otherwise, it's like, what are we doing here?
Yep. There was a couple different times where she kind of brings it on.
Yeah.
And I think it's when he comes back down in the basement the second time, when I'm like, whoa. Okay.
Yeah, there's obviously, like, this is a great performance. Like, we are not denying it in any way.
Right.
It's just like, okay, it's almost a little too, like, you make it look so easy when you work with Yorgos, and like, you've been this type of actress for the past like 5 years or so.
And maybe character motivations are a lot simpler in this.
Right.
Right. Because it's driving a plot or a storyline, as opposed to some of the other ones where I think there's a little bit more emotionality connected to it.
Yeah. I would not want to say that like she has an easy assignment, but out of like the two of them, I think Jesse Plemons is the one who's got like more of an uphill battle.
Oh, yeah, boy, I'm telling you, man, boy, you're going to have to be batshit insane, believe everything that you're saying, and still not like be in emotional control of what you think you're in control of.
Yeah.
You know, like he teeters that line so well, and it's, you know, the bouts of rage that he has in this stuff, like, it really feels like it had to break through a third level.
Did this get best cinematography nom? It did not.
Yeah, I'm only going on, so I'm gonna type in just to see what it gets nominated for. You might have to double check me on that. The cinematography in this is really good.
Yes, and I thought it was stellar.
Well, and I thought I did see original score. This had a very fun score to it.
Original score.
If I remember,
yes, it did get a nom for original score.
If I remember right,
score's really good.
Yeah, it's fantastical and eerie. If I remember right.
The music was done by Jerskin Fendrix.
Nice.
That sounds like a fucking made-up ass name. It is a made-up ass name. His name's Jocelyn Dent Pooley.
Oh, man. I thought you were going to say it's like Ted Smith.
No. Now I don't feel so bad about saying it's a made-up ass name, because it is a made-up ass name.
God damn it.
Get out of here, Jerskin. You made a great soundtrack, though. Let me tell you. Was there anything we wanted to say that we haven't said about Bugonia?
So one thing that I do want to highlight, and this is just going forward with the movies themselves, is the theme this year. And this is actually funny that you picked this one, because this is, I think, one that I was like teeters on that line. But the theme of the Oscars this year with Best Pictures is fucked up dads.
Yeah.
So like as we go through, just think about choices that are being made, having, you know, the control over the people in their lives. Now this one is a little bit more of a, like you said, he is a parental figure over Don, not necessarily a dad, right? But in terms of accepting responsibility and the control or the helping of a different agency, like, for sure is playing almost like a father in this.
Yeah.
And we see what happens to Don. So, you know, just keep that in mind as we're going along. Just think about, like, all right.
I will keep that in mind.
Yeah,
that's a very astute observation. I looking at this list, to me, there are like clearly 6. You could maybe make the argument for 7 movies
find out,
on this list.
We'll find out, because I think I think I got to, it was either 7.5 or 8.5, where I was like, yeah. Yeah, like we're examining choices made by a father.
Hey, that's a fun thing to point out.
Yeah.
We can discuss it more as we go along.
Yeah.
Shall we get into ratings for Bugonia?
Yeah.
You go first.
I do. The performance is stellar. I really like the score of this thing. We did talk about cinematography and kind of the landscape or the picture of this. It's only like, I don't know, 3 or 4 different places. It has like a little bit of a Parasite feel to it. With clean edges for the elite, rough around the edges for the non-elite or your proletariats, for you historians out there. The story itself it's batshit insane, but the beauty with Yorgos is like you feel like he's touching on something, and then he kind of just pulls the rug out from under you, and there's a bigger underlying picture that we probably had maybe forgotten about, not seen, or just it's kind of like what maybe it's happening in the world today. You get the wool over the sheep's eyes, right? And I felt like he was kind of making a bigger point than what the movie itself feels like it was portraying. So I have this as an 8 out of 10. This is a great movie. I don't know. I think let me see the movies that I had. So I got my picture in here. So I rated these things, and we'll know where we're at. If I can find my damn photos. Without talking about these things, but this one is a great movie that I think might be a little bit tougher of a rewatch for me.
I can see that.
But yeah, 8 out of 10.
Yeah, no, this is up there for movies of 2025 for me. I was very pleasantly happy to see it nominated, getting some love, especially for Best Picture. That way we can talk about it on this podcast, at least in some type of official capacity. Like you said, the performances are fantastic. The script is great. The cinematography. To me, this has a little bit more rewatch value, especially compared to his other films. I think that with the types of things that are being touched on in this movie, it's one of those where I feel like if I throw it back on, I'll catch things that I didn't necessarily pick up on before. Mm-hmm. And I won't say what the ending is specifically, but leaving the theater left me feeling some special type of way. And
a wry smile.
Maybe I'm a sick little freak boy like Jesse Plemons is in this movie, but I really love it when a movie like takes such a big swing like that.
Yeah,
like it just absolutely worked on me. So this is a 9 out of 10.
Nice
for me.
Yeah, I thought the ending was nailed. I'm not gonna discredit that. I think. I think this is kind of more of a timestamp piece too.
Yeah,
like it'd be interesting to. Obviously, you can't go back in time, but maybe go into the 2000s with the internet around and stuff like that, and kind of show like this might seem like fucking out of the world.
Yeah,
and then hopefully
this movie was made by aliens.
Yeah, right. And then hopefully, if we go into the future, maybe people look back and go, "What a crazy time."
Yeah,
hopefully.
That time travel vacation rental thing you were talking about in a previous episode.
Yeah.
This would be in that sort of same vein. It's
like not going to
a window into the time period. Like,
yeah, let's pick out somewhere and we can travel there. Yeah,
travel advisory.
Oh my god, travel advisory, and this would be like discounted like 60%.
Yeah, it'd be like COVID time flights, right? For like $50 to Florida.
We gotta capture any recovering cost we can with this one.
Yeah,
like even if it's like a golf course, hey, it's $5.
Yep,
because we need something.
we gotta have people.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
Well, it's your turn to pick.
Yeah, let's do Okay, we'll knock out an easy one. Let's do F1. F1. So F1 is
otherwise known as fun.
F1 is kind of. Apple production movie, and I'm also going to say too, what I'm finding out with Apple films is that they're just like their product, and it is aesthetically pleasing. There is nothing of substance in it.
Yeah, it's like the almost the perfect Apple Plus movie in terms of like,
oh my god,
if you want to nail the Apple aesthetic.
If you were just to be like, hey, give me a movie that would like represent Apple,
Yeah.
I would give you F1. I would say, all right, here you go, and then talking to you'd find out where people stand with what they view in products.
I'm looking at because I'm looking at these movies on Wikipedia. I've got the pages pulled up.
Yeah.
The poster for the Wikipedia page, I have not seen this poster before. It's not good. I don't know. It's not.
I might have.
It's not a great
That might have been
poster.
their first. Like, I think this is what they leaned into.
I like that poster a lot.
Oh,
better.
this is
That's a solid poster. Just Brad Pitt like looking off in the distance,
They had
arms to his side.
They had a screenwriter for this thing. Yeah, this movie probably could have easily gone somewhere else.
Yeah.
So F1, 2025 film, starring, written and directed by Joseph Kosinski, who did the Top Gun.
Top Gun Maverick.
Yep, Top Gun. Is it? I guess that's it.
You can be my wingman anytime.
Hell yeah. So this is starring Brad Pitt as Sonny Hayes, Damson Idris.
Damson Idris.
Yep, as Joshua Pierce, Javier Bardem as Ruben. Yep, and Carrie Condon as Kate McKenna, and then also need to throw in my boy Tobias Menzies as Peter Banning. Probably, in my opinion, the only redeemable character in this thing on the screen. So the movie is about F1 racing. We start out with Sonny Hayes, and he's hopping into like a NASCAR type thing. He's a contracted gun essentially for teams that are trying to win. A sports equivalent would kind of be like if Michael Jordan never became Michael Jordan, but still had the ability of Michael Jordan. And it was like, hey, we need you on our team for the playoffs. You know, come out and do what you do, right? And there's this sense that he is acting in his own self-interest, and kind of does he do it for the money? Is it for the fame? Is it just because he likes racing? There's all these questions in there. Well, we smash cut to his buddy Ruben comes in. He's saying, I need to hire you to get you on my team to help me out here. We're not going to win a match. You need to step in and do your thing. And he's got this very young racer played by Damson Idris as Joshua Pierce, and he's got to take him under his wings and kind of show him how to win and give him some of the magic that Sonny Hayes has. And the movie kicks off from there. I mean, it goes. It's really just like paint by fucking numbers.
Yeah.
So, give us your experience. What did you think of the film? Yeah.
I mean, that's no. I'm gonna level with you.
Yep.
All these movies that are nominated for Best Picture, I like to some degree.
Oh, not arguing that.
I think that this film,
Well, yes, all but one.
as a piece of visual audio entertainment, I think it is a completely fine affair to throw on and have a decent time with. I actually went and saw this in IMAX.
Yeah, this is a Carnival movie.
It is one of those movies, yeah, like what Martin Scorsese says about Marvel movies, like, you know, it's a roller coaster ride or whatever. Yeah. And I went in with that as an expectation.
Right.
And I was, you know, not to like really just shit on this right away, but I was almost kind of disappointed even with having those as my level of expectations, because, you know, I guess like I'm jumping into this. You had
low expectations and it didn't even meet those expectations.
But it's not like my expectations were low. My expectations were, this is going to be a surface level racing movie that I will hopefully at least be able to get some technical appreciation out of, especially when seeing it in IMAX. So like I go and I see it on the biggest screen possible with like the best sound or whatever, and like it's super immersive experience, whatever.
Yeah.
And at the end of the movie, I was like, I didn't really get that feeling of like gliding on the road in the car like I was hoping that I would get.
Boy, that was it. Huh.
You know, we've talked about One Battle After Another, and we're going to talk about it again, obviously, in this episode, but like, not to get into spoilers for that movie, but there's an extended chase scene on a road.
Yep.
And that entire scene of that movie, which maybe lasts like what, 10 minutes?
Feels like it could be 6 for all we know, or
probably
4.
like closer to 5, right? Yeah. That entire scene, I got more out of the like cars on the road experience
Yes.
in that moment than I did in almost the entirety of F1. There's like one moment where Brad Pitt towards the end of the movie is going like turbo mode, and he's like flying along, and it's like the first person perspective. That's like really the only time I ever got that.
Yep.
I wanted this sort of like simulacrum of, oh, I'm in a car and my stomach is like dropping to the bottom type of thing. And it's like, no, I didn't really get that. And all I got was like this sort of paint by numbers, like you said, sports racing movie about this guy who's like, I don't know, just too damn good, and he's got to show everyone that he's good again, right? Like, remind everybody why he's the number one guy.
I don't think it's for that. Fucking Christ.
This is gonna be fun, folks. This is gonna be F1.
I got okay. I'm just gonna go into full shit mode. All right, I can't.
Go for it.
All right, Top Gun Maverick versus this in terms of cinematography and how we handle the experience. Top Gun Maverick pulls this way, and that's in a fucking plane. Like, they're in a plane, and I feel like I'm going through the caverns of the valley with Tom Cruise as he's, with the face. And in this, the what damns this thing so much, and this is where I'm like, I really don't know. I feel like Kaczynski had a broader vision with this thing, and it just didn't come to light. This thing is fucking edited out of its mind.
I do not like the way this is edited.
This thing is so poor with its editing. We don't live in the moments of the racing. Anytime we do,
it doesn't let you live in like the scenes in which they're in the cars, because it keeps cutting back and forth between all this different shit.
What they did with Top Gun is that's the one scene in there that I'm getting goosebumps now thinking about it. But it's Tom Cruise, and like you're seeing all the shit happening, and it's like, all right, I get it might be a little trickier with racing because, like, maybe you don't know where to place the camera at. Is it off the side? Like, whatever. But, like, at least, like, if you're going to be giving us this experience, have us be like we're in the video game with the guy, right? Like, it teetered on simulated experience versus, like, we have to figure out how to get all these freaking shots. Because I don't think it's easy with what he was doing and filming the cars.
No, seems like a pain in the ass and really hard.
Yeah, exactly. And I get that. But, like, I don't think it was until the very end. And even then, it was like 15 seconds of kind of feeling like this is what it's kind of like, And the editing in this thing. Yeah. So I talk about, the camera being able to maneuver and hang in space with characters, like when there's dialogue going on, right? I was trying to count after, it was after the first time I saw it, there was a group meeting that they had, and there's 5 people talking, and it's smashing cut to every individual face, which let me know that, one, these people are having a hard time on set working together, right? He's not able to get the shots that he needs. The second time, I was like, how many times are there actually camera where there's 2 people talking in frame? Back and forth dialogue.
Yeah.
And I think I got up to, there was 4. And I'm sure there's more, but like, that's pretty shit for a 2-hour and 43-minute film to be like, I know 4 scenes off the top of my head that had that, right?
Well, it's one of those things where, like, and it's been a long time since I've seen Top Gun Maverick, but I'm trying to remember, like, how were the non-jet scenes in that movie framed compared to this movie? Because I'm almost wondering if it's one of those things where Joseph Kosinski thinks that cutting between all the different people talking, like in such quick succession with like all these different camera angles, is like him thinking that he's making it more dynamic when really it's just fucking disorienting.
That's where I got to with that. That scene happened 30 minutes into the film. I was like, oh my God, I'm going to throw up. And I'm like, I know that we're trying to get like a frenetic pace going. And we're trying to keep up with like, hey, this is racing, and we want you to feel like every sliver, every choice that you make is going to impact the next decision that has to be made, right? And you have 3 seconds to think about it, but it's like, bro.
At no point really did I feel like I was in the car as like a racer, a part of the movie. It almost felt like I was supposed to be just like, oh, I'm someone who is like watching the race on TV, and they're like cutting to all these different camera angles so that they make the experience of watching it at home more dynamic. When really I feel like the goal of this movie, especially if you're going to fucking advertise it in IMAX, is let's try to immerse the viewer as the driver experience as much as possible.
That's where, and so like the sound mix or the sound design, whatever you want to say, I thought was really like I liked that piece. Like I felt a little bit more like mechanically involved with it. Like it to me, when I watched this, excuse me, at home, I didn't watch this on the IMAX, but definitely felt a little bit more immersive. I don't know than maybe the experience that you got or it. But I'll tell you what, with shit writing, shit characters, shit plot. You're really kind of fucking taken out of all that stuff as you're going in. It's like, I can't wait to hang out. And then you get the first race in, right? Like they do 4 races maybe. And it's just hard when it's like, hey, we're only going to be in these moments or in the races for maybe 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And it's going to be going between strategy dialogue.
It never felt like the movie had a handle on the actual races as like points of story or conflict. It just almost felt like they were kind of almost transitional.
Oh, it's buddy. It's the step ladder of, hey, how are we going to build up trust? How are we going to get this young guy to the top? How is Sonny Hayes going to recognize who he is and that he's more of a leader than a guy that's going to act in his own self-interest?
And it's like, okay, if you're going to do this like sort of like subverting expectations of like what this movie is trying to frame, then it's like you really got to make sure you're dotting your I's and crossing your T's when it comes to the scenes of dialogue or like character interaction or like conflict outside of the race, because a lot of that is just like really kind of shallow and played out in other movies that we've seen before. And it's like, I don't hate when a movie is going for like a simplified story. Fucking Top Gun Maverick does that same shit and it works.
But you know, the conflict of the relationship is there, and in this one it's so fucking ham-fisted.
Yeah,
it feels dumb as shit.
What makes Top Gun Maverick interesting is like, this is an old guy who's like, you know, it's sort of a similar thing to Brad Pitt in this movie where it's like he's coming back, he's like an expert in his field, but he's like sort of lost to time, and he's got to like try to show these young people what's up. And that movie, I think, is able to more successfully do that and like have this interesting conflict, and like you've got this sort of narrative of like, oh, it's Goose's son, there's like a connectivity there. With this, it's so disconnected from anything like that it's like, so we're just gonna watch Brad Pitt be good at this, like, and that's it.
Hey, like, it's not even racing, it's him coming up with gray areas and showing how smart he is about racing. And I'm not gonna sit here and dog it, but at the same, like, I could give a shit less.
It felt like they were like, yeah,
like,
are you impressed?
Yeah, I'm like, looking at it, I was like, you don't look very good. It's just you look like you know how to manipulate the system.
Yeah.
Like, hey, we're going to do this thing. Like, we've got a great idea. Maybe that is a lot of the strategy. Like, I could have cared less. And when it just turned into like each segment was going to be like, hey, here's our next escape route. It's like, okay, where are we going? And then, yes, the issue, so there's more inherently involved in stakes, inherently involved in Top Gun, because they're setting it up with some of the relationships that have already been built, and we have some of the motives or at least conflicts already like established, right? Mm-hmm. And they're very believable because we've already had it. In this one, they don't know where to go. So there's a point where trust is broken. And it to me, I hate when they fucking do. And this is where I came up with fucked up dads, because I said this out loud and I was like, oh, wow. But like, you know, Brad Pitt comes in and he's supposed to help this young guy out. And one, Brad Pitt's totally set up to be this narcissistic asshole. So him coming in and changing up his approach without having like any sort of come to Jesus moment makes no sense, right?
Yeah.
And then, you know, the guy he's working with is like, you're not my dad, you know, like totally fucking like, I'm not taking any advice from you, old timer, with no real reason except he's a prima donna, which like, I'm like, all right, I kind of get that. And then once they start building up some trust, there's an event that happens that Pitt totally fucking helped him out with, that the guy was like, now listen to you. And then was like, you fucked me over. And it's like,
yeah, because it's been so long since I've seen it, so I forget what the exact falling out moment is. Isn't it like he's telling him to do something,
take a corner, and he says, no,
and then he just doesn't do it,
and then he looks at him, and he's like, you did this to me, and it's like, no, bro, you did it to yourself. And like, that's why I was like, oh, it's pissed off teenager with his dad he said, hey, don't go out to the howling, woods at midnight. And then you go out there and do it and get fucked over. And then you look at your dad and you're like, you did this to me. You told me and you knew I was going to do it.
It completely absolves Brad Pitt's character of having any like moral conflict.
Yes.
And kind of consequences to like how he's going about doing all this stuff.
Maybe if he did it in a shady way and it's like, oh, maybe he's trying to take over the number one spot. And he tried to screw over the kid. But no, he totally laid it out. The kid didn't listen to him. And then he fucking was like, well, I'm just going to. And then I'm taking over the. Yes.
That leads into like a big fundamental problem I have with Brad Pitt specifically in this movie. I don't think he's bad. I think he's like doing what he's being asked of by the director and the scriptwriter.
Brad Pitt played Brad Pitt in this film.
That's exactly it. But he's playing Brad Pitt without any of the sort of like jagged edges to him. I like watching a movie in which like Brad Pitt can be like a little scary and intimidating, and it doesn't really feel like that's all there.
No, I meant like Brad Pitt is playing like Brad Pitt in Hollywood. Like he's Joe Cool. He can't do anything wrong. He can walk up to a girl, hand him the digits, and they're gonna meet up at night. Like there's every choice that he makes, there's no repercussion or fear that it's not gonna go his way.
Because you watch a movie like I was gonna say Cliff Booth, like Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Yes,
where he is playing almost kind of a similar character,
very similar,
where it's like laid back, cool, like this guy is in control all the time, but it's like there's a weird darkness to this guy that like kind of puts you on edge a little bit when you think about it. Whereas like that is completely absent in a movie like this.
Well,
and it I think it is kind of necessary if you're gonna have like him butting up with this young guy, because it just makes Damson Idris's character look like a complete moron.
Yes, and that's why his rise and his character arc with all this shit, it's like could care less about that, you know. And with Pitt, they're like, this is what I'm saying about Apple with the screenwriting though. I was like, we're not going to give any depth to the character, but we'll show it, so like, yeah, we're going to make him edgy. He's going to live in a car and he's just going to be a mercenary for hire. And like, we don't really know what choices he wants to make or what. It's like
they literally describe Kerry Condon's character describes him as a cowboy coming into town and like, one last ride. Here we go.
And that's what I'm saying. Like there's, and by the end, you get a little bit of a sense that maybe it means more to him and he's finally accepted that. But it feels so fucking hollow by how they get there, right? Like
the movie sets up that like, hey, you got to learn to play with other players. Like this is a team effort, right?
Yeah.
And then he's like, nah, fuck you. I'm just going to do it myself. And guess what? He does, and he wins.
Yeah, and then he's like, I'm just going to pull everyone else on board with me. And everyone's like, yeah, this is kind of fun. Yeah, let's break the rules a little bit. And I don't know. I'm like, I don't give a shit. It's racing. And no one's here fucking like, you guys are acting like vigilantes. And no one cares.
I mean, this movie, it admittedly is a technical marvel. Like you said, it was probably a very difficult time to get all these cameras set up and get the shots that Joseph Kosinski decided to get.
Yep.
The lighting of this is sleek. It's very like kind of Apple coded, like you said, where it's just like, there's like no kind of rough edges to this thing whatsoever in terms of like the cinematography, the music, the character, like. It's one of those things where it's like this has been so sanded to the point where the identity of this is like, oh yeah, this would be nice to have playing on TV. Sure.
we talked about this and it was like, and that's where I struggled with it because, there's a group of movies where I have it as like very good, but I don't know if I could rewatch. I'm like, I could throw this thing on at any point and be mildly entertained. Now, am I going to get anything out of it? No. But if I had it on in the background and I heard that fucking engine rev, I would look up and probably watch whatever sequence is about to happen and then go about it and then not feel like I'm missing anything, hopping back in after 40 minutes because I hear another engine rev. I'd be like, oh, what's about to happen? So it's like, what am I watching? What am I watching this for? Because at this point, it just feels like it's just cars on a screen that are very polished.
Yeah.
And I wanted to say the style of this, we were talking about it. It's fat. We play fast and we play loose. So that's why it's like it's punchy, slick. The dialogue is not any of this, but that's the pacing that I felt like it was going for with the edits, right, and the cuts, and that really why I liked Tobias McKenzie, right?
Yeah, he's playing the heel in this movie.
He's a snake.
Yeah.
That's why I liked his character the most, because he was the one that felt so out of place. And he played it so well, being swarmy and slowing it down and working an angle, that those are the only moments in the film that felt like they had genuine feel to them with what was going on, right? And they waited way too late in the film to do it. They didn't utilize this guy enough. And then really when the last race is going on, it's like I almost felt like he was like kind of like half in the bag with it, you know. But I thought he was about the only redeemable person in this thing that had anything to chew on, and just said, "I was like, well, you know what? I will make the most of it, and we'll make the camera hang with me as much as we can."
Yeah,
because I'm not going to go in there and play it, you know, like I'm like Adam Sandler in Uncut Gems, you know, like working 9 different angles. Like I've got one, I'm going to play my cards, and we're going to see what happens with it. And I thought he was good, but yeah, everyone else in this thing was just shit.
Well, like you're almost begging for some kind of like larger overarching conflict to take place so that it can complement the energy of the race in some way, or like just at the very least like keep up with that momentum. Because like I feel no connection to Brad Pitt sleeping with Carrie Condon. I don't feel any sort of like involvement or investment into the conflict with Damson Idris, or like even scenes where like it's supposed to be endearing, like him interacting with Javier Bardem, and it's like these characters are supposed to have a history, and it's like, yeah, I don't know, I don't really find myself wanting any more of that type of stuff.
There's no gravity to it.
Yeah,
there's absolutely nothing, and there's a scene where they have to have a difficult conversation, and it's just kind of played out like damn. You know, like that's it. Like, I don't know.
Damn.
like seriously, like there's nothing, like you're not like on the edge of your seat going like tears welting up, you know. And honestly, in this thing, Brad Pitt is the James Bond of F1.
Yeah, like
he's gonna hook up with the girl. He's gonna win. He's gonna make the money. You know, there's just like he's an unstoppable force. It's just like, all right, are we just banking on him being that cool that I'm enamored with him? Like outside of that, there's nothing really.
Yeah, this movie is almost like kind of banking on, and I guess it worked. It made like $600 million at the box office, but it's like it's banking on you going to see it just because of the Brad Pitt cool guy experience.
Yes,
and it's like how much of that can I hold on to now?
He's
like,
a million times cooler in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood than this.
Yes,
and
it's because that movie isn't necessarily like trying that hard to make him seem cool.
No, and if they would have gave him a problem, if he would have had, you know, I couldn't lay off the alcohol or the drugs or the money, I gamble, you know, like give him something that makes him more human.
His problem is that he races too good.
Yeah, like he's like, I fucking rule and I have to stop myself.
My problem is that I've got too big of a cock.
Yeah, like awesome, man. Like way to go.
I don't know how to tape it to my leg anymore, man. I'm sorry.
Like,
I'm Brad Pitt.
Got a fucking knee banger going on in here. Yeah, that was it. I got done with F1 and I'm like, oh, okay, I saw it, you know, and you know. You
did see it. I did see it. And now we get to rate it. Unless there's anything else we want to bring up with F1.
So I did half a point for Bugonia on Fucked Up Dad. I'm also giving this one half a point because he's in a mentor coaching role, right? Yeah. This would be in another area of somewhat of a responsibility of someone else and fostering them along. Now, it maybe just say 0.25, but I definitely think there's something there with the relationship that he has with his young ward, right? So that's the argument that I have for this one. Maybe a little, you know, kind of not that great, but
yeah,
I'm still using it.
Let's get into ratings. I go first. So I mean, we were dogging on this movie pretty hard, and I think when you're talking about this film in comparison to the other ones that we'll have discussed in this episode, I think you'll hopefully understand where we're coming from when we say that this is a bit of a disappointment in terms of the lineup of movies that we have this year.
Yeah.
You know, could have easily had this swapped out for No Other Choice or Surat, or it was just an accident. Like, one of many foreign films that could have taken its slot, or heck, maybe even like another sort of like popular movie choice.
Yeah.
Not that it was any better of a movie, but I could have easily seen Avatar Fire and Ash take this slot in terms of like popular movie choice.
I haven't seen it, and I don't think I will.
Yeah, I don't think it would be for you.
Yep.
Let's talk about it real quick. So the story in Fire and Ash, almost 1-to-1 with Way of Water.
Oh, really?
Like same story structure, basically.
Oh, okay.
After a certain point.
Yeah,
so
I didn't want to guess that.
You specifically, I don't think need to worry about seeing it.
No, I don't.
Yeah, I won't hold a gun to your head.
That'll be a Saturday with nothing going on, and if I have to kill 4 hours with just something on the TV and not be worried about napping,
And then you accidentally fall onto your 3D glasses, and you can't get them off.
and I got a bucket of popcorn, and I'm
Yeah.
like, holy shit, this is so much better.
Yeah, right. The conditions just align like the stars.
God, yeah.
But no, I think there are good things about this movie in terms of the technical qualities and like how sleek it is. I wasn't bored necessarily by this movie, especially seeing it in IMAX. I think just naturally there's like a certain level of charisma that does work for Brad Pitt, but at the end of the day, I'm watching this movie and I'm asking myself, like, to what end?
Yep.
Like, am I experiencing this Riz god, this 62-year-old Riz god who is just showing everybody up?
What pyramid's that one in?
What pyramid?
Yeah, the Riz God.
The 6-7 pyramid.
Oh, damn. Yeesh.
Speaking of 6-7, this is a 7 out of 10.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah. So listen, we're talking about Best Picture. So even if they throw in something in here that we don't agree with, I think the only one so far that we've ever talked about that we were like, what, was Amelia Perez.
Yeah, just like straight up like what happened here?
Yeah, like this feels more of like a viral reel that we're trying to hit as opposed to like picking out. But you know, we're gonna. I'm gonna tell you right now, we're gonna give you all the bad because the good of this thing is the technical aspects with it. You know, the filming of it, some of the races. You can't go wrong with the actors with how cleaned up they are. Right? It just doesn't provide a whole lot of depth. So I think like the max that you could possibly give this thing, in which I'm giving it, is the rating that it got, because I don't think I could go higher than that. And if someone told me that this thing was, you know, a 10 out of 10, I'd really want to know what they're looking at for in a film.
Yeah.
You know, so like the good of this thing, you're going to get a lot of the good. You know, it's 2 hours, 43 minutes of probably doing what it can do and play fast and loose and make it slick and have this punchy, witty dialogue. I say witty, but you know, keeping up with ease for the consumer. But that's not for me. So I gave this thing a 7 out of 10 as well. Rewatchability, technical aspects of it, you know, and as much as I'm dogging on Brad Pitt, like at the end of the day, you know, sometimes seeing Joe Cool on people like James Bond, you know, and so I had a problem with him in this thing being nominated, but for a guy not as cool as Cliff Booth, but still, you know, Sonny Hayes, they all right.
Sonny Hayes is a character name, spot on.
Yeah, I mean, I think it all fit. I just wish that we would have got some other shit going on with him besides like, I'm kind of the man.
Yeah.
And God, you know, I'm just gonna dig in a little deeper and really
I'm kind of like old, but I'm in shape, and
yeah.
I've got these tattoos that like make women wet.
Oh my God! When I think when I was like, this thing can't be higher than a 7. It was when the guy does his like simulated race and he goes, wow, Dad was right, you know, and then like, Sonny, you're getting kicked out, and then then Jameson Idris is in there, and then they're jogging together as a team. We did it. We made him a team. We said we'd take this knuckleheaded crew, you know, and bring them together, and guess what we did, guys? We're all on the same page. We're trying to win. And it's like, this sucks. Like, what are we? This is like a PG movie here. This is what you'd see in the Green Mile, or the Green Mile, the fucking the. Oh my God, what's that movie called? The Big Green.
The Big Green.
Yeah, it's a soccer movie.
Oh,
It's a
okay.
soccer movie. Hopefully on Tubi.
Well, I might run away from that. Speaking of
Hold
running.
on, real quick.
Yes.
Forgot to wanted to give the shout outs for this too, just for people at home. If you're picking stuff, we've got this is Beck's Picture. Sound and visual effects combined, or that is still its own thing, right?
Visual effects is its own thing. It used to be sound mixing and sound editing were different categories.
Yeah.
Now it's just sound.
Yep. So both those and film editing, which if this thing wins film editing, I might ban the Oscars.
It is hilarious that you say that because I think I have this predicted winning best editing.
If this fucking win, then they're saying, hey, listen, the only thing we care about are the scenes that people care about.
I have this predicted for editing, visual effects, and sound. Those
like
are,
I get the sound and visual effects. I get behind because I don't think there's any point where I'm like, this is not on a green screen.
Yeah,
I couldn't tell you, and I really don't know. And that is a tribute to the film, but like. The fucking editing in this thing is terrible.
Yeah,
and
I agree. It is not anything impressive.
Right. Okay. Well,
that's just my prediction, though. It's not exactly what I want to win.
Yeah. Well, you get next choice, my man.
I do. My debate in my head right now is: do I want to keep going in alphabetical order because we've accidentally been doing that?
Oh,
for the last couple movies.
Okay.
But I think it would be.
It's a lot of trust in me.
I think I'm going to break it. I think I'm going to pivot to a bit of a palate cleanser in terms of length of discussion. So I'm going to pick one that we've actually talked about before.
Okay.
I'm interested in Oscar talk for Marty Supreme.
Oh, yes.
So Marty Supreme is a film that we have discussed previously on this podcast. If you want our extensive thoughts, you can go to that episode. But is a 2025 sports comedy drama film directed by Josh Safdie. Stars Timothée Chalamet as Marty Mauser, who is a aspiring table tennis champion who loses to the Japanese representative for the table tennis tournament, just snatches defeat out of the jaws of victory, and works to try to redeem himself and make it to the next tournament so that he can become the greatest of all time. And in typical Safdie brothers fashion, this movie is filled with stress, anxiety, very colorful characters, and a raw journey of woe that Marty himself has to endeavor upon in order to make it to Japan. So this movie has Gwyneth Paltrow, Odessa Azon, Kevin O'Leary, Tyler the Creator, and Abel Ferreira, among other names, included in its cast. So, we'll be talking about Marty Supreme.
Yeah.
In terms of this Oscar race. So, I think, at least for me, this is a lock for Best Actor for Timothy. I think it's one of those where it feels like he's been kind of building this career for some time. You know, young actor, very aspiring, obviously very talented in different types of movies. You know, you've got him in like kind of major blockbuster sci-fi stuff, but you've also got him in like, you know, these kind of indie movies where he's playing a little bit more quaint characters, and that's kind of where he got his start. And this role to me is like such a, you know, out there performance. It is one of those that I think just kind of naturally lends itself to winning an award like this. Mm-hmm. And I think if he did win for this one specifically, it's like, yeah, this feels appropriate. This feels like this is the type of thing that should happen. At least that's my perception of it. I don't know where your thoughts are on that specifically. If you
in correlation to Tim Cham winning this, solidifying himself.
Yes. Yep. Because last year he was nominated for A Complete Unknown. But he lost to Adrian Brody. If he had won that year, he would have been tied for youngest actor to get Best Actor in a Lead Role with Adrian Brody from The Pianist. So,
I have to see that. No,
same.
No, the guy's gonna win it at some point. I mean, I don't know when Leo got nominated and how many it took for him to win, but I threw on another movie of his, Hot Summer Nights, another A24 film.
Okay. I don't think I've seen that.
Yeah. Talk about playing fast and playing loose, sleek, and then just kind of falling on your ass.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Tim Cham in that thing, like you see the kid's got chops, right? Like, and that came out in 2016, so we're 10 years past that. I don't know. There's a couple of movies I think that I battle with. Where
battle with
where I feel with them. And this is one of them. So I have not sat down and done my picks quite yet because I'm still like letting things soak in. But yeah, I wouldn't knock it if he won it. Yeah, and I think that this role, he fucking nails it, and I think that this movie being based on him, you have to nail it, and with how good it is as a film, that really speaks for what his performance was in this. So, at the end of the day, I mean, I'll probably circle his name. And I don't think this dude's going anywhere. He's
here to stay.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of kind of weird kind of pre-ceremony talk about like how he views himself. Because the kid's got quite. I say the kid. He's like the same age as me. But
fuck it, he's the kid.
He's the kid. He's got that baby face.
Yeah.
There's a lot of talk about how much of an ego he has, how much he like kind of views himself and grandizes himself. Because like. He always talks about like wanting to be the greatest of all time, like really kind of being ambitious about being an actor. And it's one of those things where like, is that going to work against him because people like it when they're being perceived as like humble or like, they don't want to like think too highly of themselves. So like there's a weird modesty there.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't know. I think to me personally, there's kind of a commendability to how ambitious he seems to be in terms of like wanting to be an actor's actor and like trying to make a name for himself, because it's like we're getting more and more away from like the sense of a monoculture where big names above the title aren't necessarily what's solely drawing people into movies now,
right?
Sometimes people go see it for a director, sometimes they go see it for like an entry in this franchise or whatever, more or less the case. Whereas like he seems to be one of the few people who's like, I'm going to keep trying to like make movies and have them be bankable because it's me, right? Feels like Glenn Powell's kind of trying to be that too, but like he's sort of like more or less faltered in that the movies that he's picked just don't seem to be connecting with people.
I chalk it up to the Chris Pratt route. Mm-hmm. I think Chris Pratt had a chance to do some things differently, and I think that there's
100,000%.
Oh, and there's
could not agree with you more.
I mean, it's I'm going to say the Schwarzenegger effect, where not to say that he could have gone and been something incredible, right? But there's a sense of I will be in blockbuster films knowing that I'm going to get my paycheck. I don't have to worry about how good this is. You will see my name on the title. Mm-hmm. And you'll probably go because I'm in it. But the film itself, you're pigeonholing yourself in a way that you're not going to be able to get out of. Like, hey, if we need someone that's going to act their ass off, we'll get Tim Cham. If we need someone that's going to get names, the fucking asses in seats, we're going to go out and get Glenn Powell. We'll go out and get Chris Pratt. We'll go out and get, and there's where you get your tier ranking, at least for me, on who's who. I don't really care if Tim Cham's got a God complex or not, as long as he continues to be a fine actor.
I mean, the dude is delivering pretty much consistently for like the past like almost decade or so.
Yeah.
So it'd be one thing if he was talking like this and it's like, oh yeah, your filmography is the same as fucking
Ezra, what's his name?
Ariana DeBose, or like Ezra Miller or whatever.
Miller.
And it's like, no, this guy I think has the resume to sort of back it up, and it's like until proven otherwise, I'm not going to just hand wave whatever he wants to say about himself.
Oh, and I think what we're seeing too is there back in the 50s, 60s, even 70s, right? Like you had to have a name to get people to go see a film. It was very, not to say inaccessible, but if you're going to a theater, this used to be like doing an event, right? It was like if we're going to go out to dinner or go to the bar or see a ball game, right? Like, you're valuing your time that way, that whoever that you're going to see on the big screen, you better know that you're in good hands and not wasting money and time.
Yeah.
But
there's
now,
like a safety net there. Yeah.
Yeah. And now, and like you've kind of seen it go forward, and more actors get into the game, right? And there's a little bit more like, oh, that guy did really well, but there's so much content and exposure now, it really doesn't matter. Like, it's, you kind of see you see a face, and we even do it now. Like, oh, I recognize that guy from that thing, right? And I'm agreeing with you that his name being in the title or on the title card, or on the poster, if he keeps it up, that's awesome, because you know that you're going to be able to see him. But I think it's a dying breed, and I think, like we say,
I agree with you.
Yeah, Glenn Powell. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people mention his name, and I'm like, I don't know if it's poor choices or if he's going the route of more so I'd rather make money than have a legacy, right? And Chris Pratt felt like when he made the choices with Jurassic Park and all the shit he's doing, he's saying money over legacy. Where Tim Cham, I would say, he's probably more willing to take on a lesser known film or has a chance to struggle with audiences because of its content, whatever it's going for, right? As opposed to Glenn Powell.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I'm willing to take more of a risk in that sense.
Yeah. It feels like the thing with Glenn Powell, too, and we don't have to talk about it too much. I just want to touch on it real quick. With him, it almost feels like this idea that he's willing to like put his name out there, but in a way that feels like he's playing it safe.
Yeah.
Like, oh, there's not too much risk for me involved with like being in this movie. Whereas like Tim Cham will put himself out there as like the face of like this sci-fi epic that'll make $700 million. But then he'll also throw himself at Luca Guadagnino to be in his like weird like cannibal drama movie where like he's playing some fucking weirdo. Bones and all is what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
Exactly. The fact that you could not remember speaks volumes to like kind of the level of like room that he's able to kind of stretch his legs, his long, lanky, boyish legs or whatever. And I don't know, just try himself in like different avenues, and like, we'll see how long that lasts in terms of that verisimilitude, you know? Yeah, I don't know. Marty Supreme, I have it predicted for Timmy winning Best Actor. I think that's my only one that I have predicted to
Safdie
win.
Took a bad route.
But it is nominated for a fairly decent amount.
Yeah, we got Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actor, Best Original Screenplay, Best Production Design, Best Casting, Best Cinematography, Best Costume Design, Best Film Editing. I will probably hit film editing on here.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, this is a movie about a person playing ping pong.
That would be my, I think, second choice, probably, if I had to pick a backup.
F1?
Besides F1. Like I said, I'm basing on what I think they're going to pick.
That's you, man.
Yeah.
You do you.
Otherwise, Marty Supreme would be my number one.
Yeah, I'm going with heart and guts in this.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, to some extent, because like Best Director, like Safdie for sure. But after hearing some of the shit that happened with him, I'm like, yeah.
I think that was out of like all the people on this list, he would be probably my number 3.
Safdie?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. To get the performance, like I got Best Casting, Best Film Editing, probably Best Actor.
I think when it comes to the Oscars perception of Marty Supreme as a whole, I think because Timothy is like, he's in every scene, he's given this big performance, he did like a little bit of makeup work, he's like actually going out and doing the fucking shit with the ping pong. Yeah. It's like that movie I think is going to be more so like identified to him, especially considering like Josh Safdie, this is like his first solo endeavor. You look at a movie like Uncut Gems, you wouldn't even necessarily call that an Adam Sandler movie. You would call that a Safdie Brothers movie. Whereas like this, to me, it's like, I don't know, it almost felt like it got like a little bit away from him in terms of like people's perception of it.
Could be. I mean, I would disagree with that because I feel like this is a Safdie film. I mean, watching it was like, this is uncut gems and ping pong.
I'm not disagreeing with that at all.
Yeah.
Like, I absolutely think it's a Safdie film. It's just, what am I thinking that the Oscar voters are going to look at it as?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I guess I'm not going that route.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
We shall see.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. And the only reason why I'm giving it more credence is just because of the other performances. Like, there are zero other big, like Gwyneth Paltrow in this is the next biggest name.
Yeah.
And then you got everyone else, like, you don't even recognize, and
yeah. I mean, we've talked about it before, but I mean, Odessa Azon is like a kind of HBO television player.
Yeah.
And obviously, like, Kevin O'Leary, Shark Tank.
Tyler, the creator,
fantastic in this movie.
Yeah, like, if Tim Cham held the weight up of everyone, I would for sure be like, this is, like, we've seen that with performances before, where we're like, outshines everyone. And this one, he's magnetic, but I don't think there's any one person in here I was like, oh, over their head.
I want to give a shout out to an actor that we didn't talk about necessarily last discussion.
Okay.
Emery Cohen. He plays the husband who's getting cucked by Marty.
Oh, yeah. He's
great in this movie. He's been quietly building himself up as a good character actor.
He was in something else where I clicked on it.
He's in Place Beyond the Pines.
Okay.
He's in Rebel Ridge. He's one of the shithead cops in Rebel Ridge.
Okay.
And he's in this.
Maybe I was looking at his filmography being like, wow, this guy's been in some stuff.
He's in Pool Man. Or no, not Pool Man, Roof Man.
Oh, okay.
As one of the employees at the Toys R Us.
I think that's maybe I must have clicked on his filmography because I haven't. I've seen Place Beyond the Pines, but no, he was great. And also, I want to say this too: the reason this is once we get to the rankings.
Okay, saving it for the rankings.
Yeah, because I don't want to tip my hand there.
All right, ratings. You go first.
I go first. Yes. No, nothing's changed with this thing. It's marinated well. This is the one movie I am really looking forward to rewatching as soon as I can. I'm a little nervous about. I said this could be a 10 out of 10, and I think I had the same thing for Uncut Gems, and I'm slowly coming back to. These things are really fantastic the first time you watch them. It's that second watch, knowing the outcomes with these choices, right? Because that's where that anxiety kicks in, knowing the outcomes of these choices. Is it going to have that lasting power?
Yeah.
I think that's about what the only thing that scares me with this thing, but like casting, editing, the characters in this thing, just from point A to point B to point C, and then the ultimate climax of the film being what it is, where it's at, and what's going on, with possibly the lowest stakes ever, and making you on the edge of your seat is such a snap of the fingers, applause of the hands. You have to give it to him. So, and also a fucked up dad. So,
fucked up dad, fucked up don't want to be a dad type of movie.
Once again, I mean, he's going to be in a role, and we don't know at the end what he's really thinking there.
Once again, we're 3 for 3. We could if we really dig deep, we could keep going with this through line that I'm a big fan of.
I'm telling you every time. I think that. So right now we'll say we've talked about 3. I'm going 2 out of 3 right now. I'm giving half a point to Bugonia and F1 because they're the loosest. But
yeah,
So
this gets how many points in terms of that?
I think this is a fucked up. Like now, given the ending, and once again because of where it sits at, you don't know the choices that are going to be made.
True.
After that point, we only get to see him, and we really don't know what's running through his mind.
Which I think works very well for this movie. I mean, my rating's the same, hasn't changed. 9 out of 10.
Did I say 9 out of 10? Yeah.
Well, if you didn't, you did now.
Yes.
So there we go.
Yeah.
Your choice.
Yeah. Let's do. Let's just kind of keep the theme going there. Yeah, we'll keep the theme going. Let's do Sinners.
Sinners. All right.
Yeah.
Jump into Sinners. Also another previously discussed film on this podcast.
Yeah.
Cool.
So we got Sinners. Was it?
It came out in March, I think.
Yeah, early 2025. That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Early 2025.
April.
April.
Yep.
Written and directed by Ryan Coogler, starring Michael B. Jordan as Smokin' Stack, Jack O'Connell.
Our boy.
Yeah, we'll see what this guy's got.
A role that is aged like fine wine.
Man, he's got two just kind of bangers. And really kind of weird, like horror elements.
Yeah.
Haley Steinfeld as Mary, Miles Catton as Sammy Moore, and who's our boy in this scene?
Delroy Lindo?
Yeah, as Delta Slim.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. So
Our boy who's nominated.
yeah, and we talked about Sinners last year, some point, maybe October, November, I want to say. Could have been even a little, as soon as it came to HBO Max, I saw it. But it's the story about Smokin' Stack. They're coming back to town. They're trying to build an empire. This is during the 1920s, I want to say. So there's the prohibition on alcohol.
1932.
Oh, 19. Okay. So maybe the prohibition had just ended, but excuse me. Still, alcohol started to come by. So they're trying to start up like a speakeasy, turning into one of those joints that you can play some fast dance and music at, get some drinks, swindle, gamble, have all the fun. I don't remember what they called the exact nature of the bar that they were going for, but Smokin' Stack come back. They're trying to set it up. They're trying to get back into good graces, and we're finding out a little bit about their backstory, their history with the area, and oh boy, we get introduced to Jack O'Connell, finding out he also has a different notion about what he wants to do with the town. And we kind of get thrust into being in the bar almost all night and kind of like a, dusk before dawn type setting. And it's turned out into a little bit more of a survival game as opposed to our speakeasy fun night that we're going to have. So let's start talking Sinners.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, we talked about this before, but happy to talk about it again. This is one of those movies that kind of took 2025 by the balls. Just sort of laid its hog on the table and said, "Here I am." If I can put it colorfully, but no, this is, I think, one of the earlier kind of hits of the year. One of those ones that really kind of just cemented Ryan Coogler as like, yeah, this is a face of filmmaking that is just going to, one way or another, deliver something interesting.
Yeah. When he takes, this is, we talk about a little bit more of elevated horror, I think is where we're trying to get to, at least in our preferences on what we're starting to enjoy with the genre. And this is one of those, it's an elevated horror piece.
Yep.
But it does a pretty good job of, not really delineating between the two. It's really good on mixing certain elements, and like we talked about before, and I probably never forget it, but assimilation, right? As we're starting to breed the cultures, and you start to lose one aspect of the generations before you and the history that took place before you, and start to kind of pull it into a little bit more of a mixing pot, so you're losing a little bit of some of your culture that goes into it, and you get two of these different, because Jack O'Connell comes in, he's Irish, right, and white Irishman, but also once again kind of came off the boat, so somewhat of a foreign entity in the native land, right, and start to see as you get these warring heads going on about who wants to ultimately and taking play, like using music, right, as a method to assimilate and kind of butt heads.
Yeah, take over, go aggro, take control, whatever term you want to umbrella it in.
Yes,
I guess.
Trying to see what Coogler did.
Fruitvale Station, I think, was early on, right? A movie that I have yet to see.
So he's worked a lot with Michael B. Jordan, it looks like.
Yes, Michael B. Jordan is his guy. Obviously, Creed in 2015, and then both the Black Panther films.
Yeah, so he's kind of dipping into a little bit of a new genre.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the obviously biggest strengths of this movie is the blend of genres that we were talking about.
Yes,
horror, but also this steeped in setting, this period piece, and how much it like you can feel the texture of this movie. I feel like with just how with the and I saw this movie in theaters 2 times, and both times I saw it, the second time especially, it's just like you can kind of feel just the tone off the screen in terms of like how sweaty the characters are and just like how rustic the environment is, and just like even the emotions going on, you know, whether it's Stack with Haley Steinfeld's character of Mary or Smoke with his like kind of estranged wife, and like their kind of intimate moment and relationship. And it's like, this is stuff that like on surface level, if you read it on paper, could be just like really corny, straightforward, like almost can read off as bullshit. But once you see it played with these performances and like the way it's framed, it comes together in a way that's like, yeah, this is so simple, but it's effective. And like all the moving pieces, there's like nothing too intricate about it, but it doesn't need to be. Like, this is a movie that I think has a lot kind of like baked into the environment of it, and like just sort of like the characters and how lived in they feel, and like the implied history between like all of them. Yeah. And like even the cousin character of Sammy, yes. That feels like it has enough depth to like carry itself as like its own kind of narrative through line. Yeah. But the fact that you have all these different things like mixing together, it's like it makes it even more impressive to me. Yeah, I think this is feels very personal, right? Mm-hmm. Kind of feels like there's some emotions that are getting kind of seeped out of Ryan as he's directing this thing and really pouring into this film. It doesn't feel like you mentioned kind of on surface level had you read it. Yeah, I could definitely see that, but the way that this thing's directed and what he's able to get out of his cast in this, and just being able to navigate around the time, you know, like I don't know how many places. Now I will say, I think my brother watched this and when he was down in Mississippi, I believe, and he said you could find some places where they shot this, like where it could look like they shot it at. Yeah, you know, it's that's how crazy it is down there. It's like 80 years later, and he's like, oh, I could see that farm, you know. Mm-hmm. But to pull the feeling of being in the time, like knocked it out of the park, you know. And I like the way that you described it, you know, very rustic, very sweaty, humid, the vibes there. Yeah, and even the music itself is really good. I mean, I think the music kind of has to be in order to be key to this working, right? Because like, obviously music plays like a big narrative through line, but I mean, it's also just one of those things where when this movie came out, it was like on the charts, like people were listening to this thing, just like on Spotify or whatever. I know Megan was throwing this on like pretty much for weeks at a time after we saw this in theaters. It's like the effective power of this thing is, I think, just more than this movie is to me like more than the sum of its parts almost, where you can take all sorts of different things of this, like hone in on a specific element and just really appreciate it for what it is. Yeah. Whether or not it's like the way it's filmed or the acting performances, like the idea that like he's playing 2 characters is just impressive in itself, and like how well integrated that is. And just the idea that like, and I think I've talked about this before, a part of me almost really likes this movie more as like the period piece than these kind of horror like vampire parts. Oh, I love the culture war that's going on. Yeah, like the vampire part almost just serves as like Coogler was like, I got to come up with something that's kind of interesting to keep people involved with this, because like if you just don't have them as vampires and just left it as like, hey, we're taking over your bar. It still holds the same weight. Yeah. You know, and there's some scenes in there with some authority figures that, you know, come up that almost feel kind of like tossed to the side, but still serve somewhat of importance. It's funny. I'm glad that you brought that up, because when I first saw the movie, I gave it a good rating, but it was a rating that I was like, yeah, this is good, not fantastic, right?
Right.
And a lot of that I think had to do with my feelings towards the inclusion of like the Klan and like how they kind of come back towards the end, and it sort of felt like an excuse for Ryan Coogler as the filmmaker to say like fuck you to this specifically, which like obviously nothing wrong with that, but it's like, are we jumping from one thing to another without it feeling like too organic? And then I watched it the second time and I'm like, no, I'm cool with him doing this.
Oh yeah.
Like I'm good with him like saying fuck you to these Klan guys and just like doing what he wants to do, and like kind of just like showing his power as a filmmaker, and also just like the power of the film itself, that it's like, yeah, I'm on board with whatever this wants to offer me.
I agree. I mean, I don't think that there's anything wasted in this thing. Like you said, the sum of the whole feels greater than the sum of the parts. This is like a masterpiece. And it's just funny that it's like an elevated horror masterpiece.
Yeah.
You know, but like this is one of the films, especially if you were to, not to say I'd want to go back in this time, but if you were using this like in history class, I think this would be effective. Like even if you just took out some of the scenes with the vampires and all the shit going on.
Yeah, or like even if you want to include that, just like ask your class, like, you know, what obviously, like, how does this reflect the sentiment at the time? And
yeah,
like,
what could you see them? Yeah.
Like, what do you think this represents? What do you think Ryan Coogler was trying to get across?
On African Americans, you know, and lifting themselves up off these people. Yeah,
I don't know. We have praised this movie up and down in this discussion and the previous
I think about
one.
this film like, and I not to say think about, but like I bet you once a week this thing pops up in my head for one reason or another.
It says a lot that this movie has a lot of cultural staying power in terms of memes also. Like not to minimize this movie's quality by any means, but I think when it comes to like cultural staying power, having like a presence online to be able to communicate certain feelings outside of what the movie's giving you, it's like, yeah, there's a certain effectiveness there that's just built in. We should also mention that this movie has broken the record for most nominations a film has received from the Academy Awards. Even if you take out the new category of casting, this would still have a total of 15 nominations over the previous record holder of 14, which I think was it Everywhere? Everything Everywhere All at Once? Was that it? I don't remember. That might have been
exactly. It. We talked about it.
Yeah.
We an episode or two ago, because I thought it might have been Lord of the Rings, but
it feels like this has a pretty kind of, when it comes to the chances of like winning the awards, it feels like its biggest rival is One Battle After Another, obviously. Like,
I don't know, some of these things, like it's a tough year. Like you could get nominated for these things, but I think there's a lot more of specialized movies, right? Like ones that are hitting certain notes. This thing, I think, in terms of like when you, like I said, masterpiece, right? Like it encompasses a whole lot of shit, but I think that also plays the detriment of the Academy, you know, because like there is maybe some sorrow or something where you're playing the violin, right? But there's a couple other movies that hit that just as well, you know, so. It'll be interesting to see. I got this thing for just because I've been doing it for every one of these things. Like you said, 15. We'll do it quick. You got Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actor, Best Supporting Actor, Delroy. I'd actually go for him. Best Supporting Actress, Best Original Screenplay. I'm down with that. Best Original Score, maybe. Best Original Song, Best Cinematography, Best Production Design, Best Film Editing, Best Costume Design, Best Makeup and Hairstyling, Best Sound, Best Visual Effects, and Best Casting. And actually, now that I'm reading that off, I'm like, I could see them winning 6 or 7.
6, 7. Shall I tell you what I have predicted this winning for?
Yeah.
So I have this...
All of them.
Every single one. All 16 nominations. No. So I have this winning for Best Casting. I have this winning for...
And that's it. How about that?
Yep, that's it. No, best casting. I think it's going to win best director. I think it's Ryan Coogler's time. There's a lot of talk about PTA getting it, and
Has he won one yet?
I honestly don't know. Not entirely sure. But
oh no, he didn't. About to say it'd be There Will Be Blood, but
I mean, there's a good chance PTA takes the trophy. I think what they do, and this I'm basing my predictions off
saw
of this.
it in half and give it to both of them.
I think that they are going to try to split the categories as best as they can for both films, because it almost feels disrespectful to not give Sinners a good portion of what it's been nominated for, right? And I think the big one that they can give it to is for director, especially considering Ryan Coogler is such a emerging voice. Obviously, want to give this guy his dues. Maybe
if he's got it, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, yeah, he should absolutely get it.
Yeah,
I don't. If they, yeah, I don't know. I'm reading some of these things. I don't know. As soon as I read it off, I was like, oh, I can see that. Oh, I can see that. Oh, I can see that. Fuck, man. If it wins 15, they did it with Lord of the Rings. Who cares? Give it to him if it's that good. Lord of the Rings is not that good.
If it happens, oh, wow.
I'm not saying the movie, kicks ass, but I'm saying for that one to win the one, how much it did. That was the legacy of, hey, thanks for throwing in 9 hours to this.
That's one of those things where it's this kind of represents all three movies, right?
Yeah.
There's a greater discussion to be had there.
Yeah. And I don't know how great that year was with movies. So that could also be hey, just lucked out with a weak year.
You know what? When we have our Lord of the Rings epic episode that's 6 hours long with Gideon, we can find out.
I'll just throw in facts. It's not even a discussion about the movies. It's did you read this? Did you see that? Did you know in the book? But anyways, we're talking about Sinners. That'd be such a fun
episode to listen to.
Oh, I was on board with it doing it not too long ago.
Yeah.
We just got a Gideon on here.
Exactly. Shall we get into ratings for Sinners?
Yeah. Yep.
I am the same place I was last time, 9 out of 10. I think it's phenomenal.
Yep, same. I mean, and I know how I feel about this because I'm looking at all these things. At first, I was like, "There's no way," and then I'm reading. I was like, "Yeah, no, that makes sense." So yeah, same. 9 out of 10. This is. I mean, I really think that this is a masterpiece, and the only thing I would say really holding it down is elevated horror. I mean, the fact that they threw some vampires in here, but it doesn't. It's not to tarnish the film. It only elevates it. So.
Cool. Well, it's my pick, I think, right?
Yeah.
I'm swerving into something that I think could be juicy. I'm going Frankenstein.
Good God.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Speaking of father issues. Any father issues for Sinners? I mean, the preacher boy.
No,
with his preacher dad.
I would say maybe the only father issue is that the smoking sax father being a non-father and them having a very tainted relationship. But I won't throw that in there.
Yeah,
like I said, I think I did 7.5, 8.5, somewhere in that range for fucked up fathers. So that one was one I don't think I took an angle on, and I won't.
Yeah, I think there's an angle you could take, but it's for one of the side characters.
Yeah,
with preacher boy and his dad.
Yeah, well, but it's
not central to the messaging of the movie.
That's where I'm at with it. I think some of it was more of they played a little bit of the element in there to help out with the film, and also maybe talking about a grander scheme of things. But no, I'm not going to throw that in there. So we are 2 out of 4.
Frankenstein, 2025, Guillermo del Toro's gothic science fiction drama. Based on the 1818 novel by Mary Shelley. It is
fucking Christ.
Not a Mary Shelley fan? Matt just reacted like he had a cockroach crawl across his foot.
I essentially did, seeing how much this is nominated for.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to talk about it.
This will be a fun discussion.
So, based on that novel, it is starring Oscar Isaac as Victor Frankenstein and Jacob Elordi as The Creature, Frankenstein's monster, Mia Goth as Lady Elizabeth Harlander, Felix Kammer as William Frankenstein, Victor's younger brother, and of course, We've got Christoph Waltz as Henrik Harlander, who is Elizabeth's uncle and helps to fund Victor's experiments. Essentially, tale as old as time. This guy who, a little bit wacky, doesn't quite fit in with the crowd.
Yeah, quotation marks.
Decides to take up these experiments, and from them, he just has a natural curiosity about life and obsessed with creating this thing and like making his mark on the world and blah blah blah. And he decides to create this creature, and this creature, who's played by Jacob Elordi, they have a complicated relationship. Things get out of control, and hijinks ensue. So Frankenstein,
hijinks ensue.
2025.
Love that for an Oscar film.
You know, if you've listened to the history of this podcast, you'll know that that's one of my favorite phrases to throw out there.
It is, especially with Oscar-nominated films. I didn't hear you say hijinks ensue as Sinners.
You know,
I don't know if that would have been dropped in there.
Could really apply to most, if not all, of these films.
Well, I mean, that's why we're here where we're at, right? But yeah.
So I actually saw this in theaters. Went to Grand Rapids. I wish that I had the time to rewatch this movie. I'm gonna level with you. I didn't carve out the opportunity.
You saved yourself 2 hours
to give this another go. Well, I wanted to potentially rewatch this so I could maybe
rebut everything that I hate about this thing.
No, the goal would have been to understand more so like what you did not connect with. And I know that this is a kind of polarizing film to be included in the lineup of Best Picture. I know a lot of people have issues with this movie. I think understandably so. I'm going to level with you. I saw this in theaters. I think it mostly worked for me.
Yeah.
Not to say that this is a credit to my appreciation of this movie, but I did read Mary Shelley's Frankenstein a long time ago.
Oh, there's a fucking pat on the back.
It's not a pat on the back. I'm not saying it as a pat on the back. I'm just giving context to my relationship with this movie and the source material.
Hold on. It doesn't matter if you've read the book or it's the same fucking film that they continue to make.
It's the same film, but I think me going into it, I'll just say that I had a baseline knowledge of the story and the narrative, right?
I've seen 2 other Frankenstein films. I've read the Cliff Notes.
Was one of them Young Frankenstein?
I don't know if one of them. I've seen the original.
Yeah.
And I've seen Young Frankenstein. Actually, this is probably the only 2 that I could probably think of.
But obviously, like, going into this knowing that it's directed and written by Guillermo del Toro, I like Oscar Isaac, I like Jacob Elordi, I like Christoph Waltz quite a bit. So it's one of those things where, like, yeah, I'm kind of just enwrapped in the ensemble and the presentation and, like, a lot of the sort of technical qualities of, like, what this movie's conveying. And, like, you know, I obviously don't think it's a perfect movie. I think that this is a movie where, like, the message and the theming is just hitting you over the head. But I'm also wondering, like, how much of that is in part due to the straightforward nature of the Mary Shelley story. How much of that is just Guillermo del Toro just kind of putting his ass on a metal plate and, like, serving it to you, you know?
That's what. And so 90%.
I'm hoping that this is a conversation that, like, brings out some of the questions I have about how effective this movie is as a whole. And I'm very curious and I'm very excited to hear your thoughts on this.
Yeah. The reason why we do this too is because when we disagree on things, I like hearing the other side because there might have been something I missed. There might be misconstruing on my end, right, about what was going on or what was being aimed for. Now, the problem that I have with when you take classic pieces of literature and you put it into film, and if you're doing it exactly with how the literature was intended, you got to take some chances with things. This felt like he did and didn't. It felt very sleek, but nothing felt rough around the edges. The performances, nothing grabbed me. And then the monster itself was very polished and clean. Mm-hmm. So, like, the first thing that I thought about, like, when I think about, like, how much I really hate this thing, and I shouldn't say hate, but And like I'm thinking maybe as you go along with the monster and like by the end of it we start to see a little bit more of the unraveling of the skin, if you will. Fuck, it doesn't. They have him reanimate a corpse at the very beginning of this thing, right? That's it looks great. Like I'm like awesome.
Yeah.
And then we get
the effects are very good in this movie.
Yeah, I mean, like that's what I'm saying. Like, I think that's why I also too like this is set up in 1800s, 1700s, 1800s, somewhere in that
probably
range, right?
Yeah, 1800s.
Like
I mean, because that's when
electricity
the book was written.
Yeah, so, but yeah, that reanimation, I'm like, man, that's gross looking. And then we get to the Frankenstein monster itself, and it looks like the guy in the music video of somebody I used to know pieced together. And I'm like,
I can't unsee that.
Yeah, like that was my problem. I'm looking at this and I was like, I feels like Guillermo like that, and was just like, okay, we're just gonna piece together like our emotionality with the character as opposed to like actually visually. So like, don't like that. Didn't like the progression of Frankenstein himself with like paw to the very end of like speaking Latin and like, hey, the only educational leap we're going to take is him living in a cabin studying like the Bible. And he's going to know, like, he's going to have the eternal knowledge of the Heavenly Father that's going to bestow upon him like the ability to think and logic and reason. Like, it's just, it felt way too jumpy. And I think that,
I think that's just like the story structure, more or less. It sounds like, anyway, like sort of getting in the way of like any kind of narrative hook that you were trying to latch onto. It sounds like.
Yes. And the chapters themselves, I don't mind. We're going to go through some different perspectives with it, but like that's when it lends a problem because you don't have enough for the characters to really develop. Right. And especially if you're going from if you're going, because I'm just thinking about the ending of this thing too and how pissed off I was at that. If you're going from like, hey, we're going to take the Frankenstein character and we're going to spend 40 minutes with him and 20 minutes is like, we've already seen his developmental stage. And then we're going to spend another 20 minutes in a cabin. There's not enough there. And I don't know the structure of the book. Maybe that's the way the book was written.
From what I remember, it's pretty faithful to the book structure. I mean, obviously this movie takes like a lot of creative liberties, but at the service of the structure itself, I think it's pretty like 1-to-1 almost.
Yeah.
That being said, you know, it's a question of like whether or not this works for you as a structure for a movie, and like when you're adapting a piece of material, specifically a piece of classic literature, like you said, it's like, is this the best way to go about doing this? Like, I think inherently you almost have to change something in order to like really like put the connective pieces together of a movie and like make it so that you're able to, you know, get a better idea of like the narrative through line as like these different pieces of perspective. Because like obviously this is a movie that hinges on you're getting a Dr. Frankenstein's perspective on things and like trying to understand like his line of thinking, but then you're also getting the perspective of the creature and like a more sympathetic angle with like the situation going on. And it's like, if you don't have them kind of crossing at different points in this movie, you're risking one of these totally not working for you while the other one might work better, but it's like you're not getting that until halfway through the movie. And I think like a lot of people are pointing to Jacob Elordi's performance of this as being the strongest one because it's the one that feels like has the most narrative juice, the most sympathy, the most like you care going into it.
Yeah, I mean it's a child that you're growing with. It's just placed into, you know, it's a different vessel, right? But like in terms of the psychological development and being able to kind of go through, you know, and the serenity of the world and the beauty of the world around you and coming to terms with certain things that are happening, and you're developing more of this, your emotionality with what you're understanding with events in life, right? Like that's where, he's the easiest one, but at the same time, like I just needed a little bit more, you know, like
that's fair. I think that it worked for me specifically with Elordi's performance of like connecting to the creature, giving him some pathos, and like really just kind of like ultimately making me sympathize for him in a way that like Oscar Isaac's performance of Victor Frankenstein, while I don't think is bad, is just like harder to connect to.
Yeah.
And like a lot of people, maybe even myself included, view that as like, okay, something's like missing here. There's like a mark that's not being hit in terms of like us trying to either get on board with this guy's through line or like sympathize with his line of thinking or like his situation. And it's like, no, he just kind of comes across as an asshole. And I guess that's sort of the perspective that the book takes too. It's like this guy's not supposed to be
fucked up dad.
A good dude. Yeah, right. It's one of those like fucked up dad things where it's like this guy is clearly dealing with some form of past trauma or like unresolved emotional issues that he's using as like the conduit for him making this creature and like wanting this sense of weird purpose. But it's like a lot of that can, I think, get a little bit lost when it comes to Oscar Isaac's portrayal. And also I think what I view as like the weakest part of the movie is like the romantic angle between him and Elizabeth.
Oh God.
It's like a lot of that specific storyline is hinged on that relationship, and it feels too little to be kind of like cruxing all that on. Right?
Yeah, it's sorry.
You're good.
The
Max having a visceral reaction to this movie.
No, it's all right, so we have reanimation. So we have the, we're messing with God and God's creations, right? We're bringing back to life. You have the Frankenstein monster that gets created, so now we're at birth, right? And then it feels that Mia Goth's character, Elizabeth, kind of came in and looking at man and what they consider for death, or because she's always talking about the war, right? And the sacrificing of people, and why do we have to reanimate when we don't have to kill, And so there's this cycle of life and death, and that's why I was saying like fucked up dad with Oscar Isaac and Frankenstein, because it feels a little bit about an examination between that relationship and once it doesn't have to be necessarily reanimation, but once you've created, what you do with that creation, and yeah, that's where like just not enough meat on the bone there, because all he does is slap him around and then he blows up his house. There's too little development between his animosity towards Frankenstein, when it comes to like, okay, he's just quickly kind of turned into being an asshole towards him. Batteries don't work. Stop saying fucking pop.
Yeah,
I am your master. You will learn calculus.
I think it's a sacrifice that I think a movie like this, which is already on the longer side of like just the whole spanning story, just decided to make, that I think was for the detriment of the movie.
They easily they should have shoehorned in Christoph Waltz's character. Like have that piece be 5 minutes, figure out how to cut that down. Because
really, like you kind of have to ask yourself, like, what was the ultimate purpose of him being there?
Funding. It was literally, I mean, we say funding, and then he blew up the fucking house.
No, funding, and also, if you're going to have a shot where there's a big ass hole in the floor, someone's got to fall down it.
You would think.
It's Chekhov's floor.
Right. That's what we're just going to have everything tumble into here.
Right. This is where the waste is going to go.
Yeah.
Obviously. No important character is going to slip and fall through here. Don't worry about it.
Oh my God. It's like a hot tub time machine. Have you ever seen that?
No, I've not.
Oh, God damn. There's a great scene with it. Anyways. They play that, right? It's a Chekhov's arm. The arm's got to go at some point. And so they play into it. So it would have been great if they played into that just a little bit. But no, what Christoph Waltz in this thing, I felt was useless. Like I really felt bad for him, because I'm like, he's got such range.
Yeah.
And it's, hey, you're just going to kind of play like you don't want to die guy, and...
Well, it's like there's almost like a half-baked... This is a movie that I genuinely think is good. Like, I'm willing to go to bat for it, but I find it hard to disagree with a lot of what's wrong with this, especially when it comes to the point of conflict that it decides to focus on when it comes to like him being the uncle of his love interest who is like marrying his brother, but then like Christoph Waltz dies, but then he keeps it a secret by like getting rid of the monster and like burning the place down and like kind of going insane. And it's like there's a lot of quick leaps that this movie's doing that are unearned.
Yes. Thank you. Now you know my fucking problem with the thing.
It's a big problem. It's hard to deny. I think for me, a lot of the heavy lifting that this movie does to make it work in my eyes is just the visual language of this thing and the production. And, you know, I think when we were talking about this a while ago, you said that it to you looked ugly. And that there is a bit of like a sliminess to it, right?
So I'll put it this way, right?
Yeah.
Let's say Sinners does not go on location, right? And they CGI everything.
Yeah.
It looks sleek. It looks very polished, but given the time frame, it stands out like a fucking sore thumb, right? Like you just look and you're like, boy, those amber waves of grain really aren't graining, you know, like it's
sure.
So the problem that I have with this is that the CGI in this thing is so, I see it very easily. They go to the castle. They got the grand shot of that. It's like, that's all CGI'd. When things are tumbling down, it's all CGI'd. The wolves are CGI'd, and it's all done for effect. Like even the cabin that they're at feels very hollow in terms of like a place of maybe it's supposed to be very sacred, right? We get some of the logs that are really worn and, you know, infested, and you can just tell the dew and the moisture is really taking this place down, but it's a place of wholesomeness and family and love, right? So you get nothing ever feels that way.
Yeah.
So everywhere that the monster travels to, or what we're seeing, even the boat ship with all that stuff going down, like we're in a time period of the 1800s, and I'm watching this going like, I feel like this is in the 2000s of someone thought what 1800s looked like.
I kind of weirdly think that that's what I like about it, in that it feels so kind of like aggressively gothic in a way that's like oppressive and just intimidating. So like,
yeah, but I don't know if it was.
I think for me it was just because of like the big rooms and like the costume designing and like the like very kind of crimson red going on throughout this whole movie. And it's like, I totally get where you're coming from. I think for me it just worked because I like the fact that it went so out there with the overall aesthetic and look of it. It's like, for me personally, when I'm watching this movie, it's like I could see a world in which like it is more accurate to the time period, and like it's depicting these things in a way that like would love to see what this looks like if Robert Eggers had his hands on this, you know?
Yeah, seriously, go Nosferatu versus this thing in terms of looks.
Right, and I'm not going to dispute that at all, but I think for me, when it comes to like the things that I like about this movie, it's Guillermo taking like these kind of big maximalist swings of like, we're going to have these like dream sequences and transitions where it's like this weird like statue whose like eyes are on fire, and like we're going to have these gaudy funeral services where like they put the mask over the casket and it's like huge as shit, and it's in this like kind of weird cold snowy environment. And I don't know, I kind of like how uncanny that feels, and maybe that's assisted by some of the more noticeable and shoddier CGI, and like some of it is, I think, hard to forgive, like you said, the wolves, but I think some of it for me is just like part of the tapestry of like what makes it weird, you know?
Yeah, I can't knock. I mean, I'm not going to argue that. Like, if you like how weird it looks and that's what you like, yeah.
And I mean, I saw this in theaters on the big screen. So I don't know. It probably translates worse on a TV screen, honestly.
No, I don't think it. I'm watching this thing and I can't stop thinking Pacific Rim and The Shape of Water. I'm not lying. Like, I'm watching this.
I mean, he did direct those movies, so it's fair you think of him.
It's a very Guillermo feel, and we're gonna take a classic piece of literature. We're gonna hold it 1-to-1. Right. And we're going to put it, but I want to elevate it to where it feels like now, so I can make it feel even creepier. It's like, I feel Nosferatu makes me feel a lot more creepy than this thing. Like,
yeah. Nosferatu, no question, I think blows this out of the water.
That's what I'm saying. So, like, if you're going to be in the best picture, like, this to me is like a Netflix film that's just on there that I happen to watch. I'm like, oh, okay.
The fact that this is a Best Picture nominee and Nosferatu wasn't feels illegal.
I mean, dude, I fell asleep twice in this thing. I fell asleep. I got
fair.
25 minutes into it the first time I watched it and took a 2-hour nap. And then the second time I watched it, I think it was like 11:30 and I woke up and it was 12:15. I was like, I got to watch the last 40 minutes of this thing again. It wasn't holding my interest. And like you said, I mean, if you take big swings, you can strike out, right?
Yeah.
And to me, all the big swings kept striking out. And then
big swing and miss, yeah.
And we're getting up to the ending of it with the love interest and like having that have to have some importance. And it really just felt shallow. And then I think she gets pissed at the monster because even he isn't appreciating life and death the way that she sees it, you know, and then the fucking end of it.
It's a hard movie to reconcile with, understandably, and I think it is. It's one of those things where, like, I'm not going to try to defend a lot of the stuff that I think just does not work. I mean, we can talk about the incongruity of like the opening scene and like how he's killing all these sailor guys, but then like towards the end of the movie, it's like, oh no, they're okay with him now because he explained his story, and it's like
Spider-Man 2.
It's like
they all just kneel down and they're just like, or they put the hand on him.
It's like, I feel like a lot of these guys would have an issue with him still.
Let me start this
because they killed all of his buddies. Yeah,
hey, we're gonna tear up and fucking hug and do all this shit, right? Like I was thinking about this. I go, all right. You are at your friend's house. They go to blow it up knowing you're in there to kill you. You magically escape. You live out in the woods for years, right? Only thinking about exacting revenge or understanding what it means to have these feelings, right? You then find the person that you cared about the most in the world. And because of this other person, she turns her back on you and she's dead, right? You're going to reconcile all that shit with a simple guy who is in a lose-lose situation. Give me something else than the Hollywood ending. Yeah. Give me something else. Like I am all about forgiveness, and I totally get that you could have that much shit in the world happen to you and still go like, okay, you're not tearing up. You're not fucking walking out with arms around you. Just the monster. You know, like it's not. Yeah, and not to say that it's not. It did. It happened in this film. I can't get on board with it. And
well, I think the harder thing for me to really forgive is and it's not like the book was subtle. It's not like it was. It's not like it was like drenched in this like hard to discern metaphor or anything. But the way in which. We said that we're going to discuss spoilers, right?
If we have to do Frankenstein's, like Cliff Note the goddamn book.
When the scene in which his brother William is dying,
yeah,
and William says to him, "You are the monster, Victor."
Yeah,
is I think one of the more egregious things in this movie.
Oh, really?
I think it is to the point where it's like, if you remove this line, this movie becomes, in my eyes, like infinitely better than in its current state, because it's like, okay, yeah, we get it. Like, fucking, we didn't need you to say that.
As he's like clenching his like bullet wound.
It's like, it's so beat over the head with it. And I think that's a big weakness I think Guillermo just tends to have across his filmography. It's like, you know, you don't got to spell it out for us, my dude. Like, we're not that dumb.
Yeah. Like,
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I can ride the waves of the visual style of this. I can ride the waves of the tone and like the atmosphere and like even the outlines of what the characters are supposed to be. I can get behind to a certain extent. That like gives me a lot of mileage out of this.
Yeah.
That scene is just like, we're hitting the fucking brakes, man. I'm in the F1 car and Brad Pitt just pitted my ass in the wall. Like that to me is like number one. No, that's bad. Don't do it.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. I guess we both have they hit on both of them. Yeah. That one was just as egregious. Yeah. But I mean, kind of the whole film spelled everything out. I feel like even Christoph Waltz, when everything was going on, like I was watching it, and mind you, I'm kind of like, I was like, man, I don't know where this thing's going. And like, I feel like he looked at Victor Frankenstein one time and was like, I am dying. I want you to reanimate me. And like up to that point, it was like, I think I get that this guy, like, because he kept going like, what's in it for you? What's in it for you? Well, you're giving me all this money. What's in it for you? And he never told them. And I think by the time they get to the goddamn castle, you're kind of like, oh, this guy's got like dysentery and is on his way out, you know? And then he clearly, and I'm like, it's one of those movies.
Yeah.
Okay. Like, I guess we are going to be told everything. Because even in the cabin in the woods, when the guy's going out or whatever, he has to spell it out for him, like on what it means with some of these aspects of the learnings. Like, yes, this thing felt very paint by numbers. Felt Guillermo just was kind of going to live in his own visual play world with stuff, and that was about it. And everything else just kind of took second fiddle to it. And I'm like, it's like almost polar opposite of F1 to me, but both of them still serve the same purpose.
Yeah.
So
I get that. This movie for me worked, I think, more than it worked for you. It's safe to say.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Well, obviously, I think there's glaring issues that are just hard to ignore, but I think for me, this just connected more on my first viewing, and obviously, like, a big thing that I regret in not rewatching this movie is just like paying more mind to the things that bog it down.
Yeah.
Because it sits well in my memory.
That's good.
But a memory is a fallible thing.
Yeah,
so we shall see how it sits if and when I decide to check back in with Frankenstein.
That'll be interesting. I'll be very interested in that one too.
Shall we get into ratings?
Yeah, I got. I mean, I've already explained my problems with this thing. I just never felt like an honest attempt, and for the Academy to put it up just feels even worse. And there's probably other films that very easily could have been nominated. It sounds like it's a strong year for foreign films too.
Yes.
So it's kind of just another. It's a weird year. It's I think it's top heavy with the films this year, but no, this thing didn't connect with me at all. Like I said, fell asleep twice, got done with it and was just like, well, I've seen the third version of Frankenstein. Like, young Frankenstein does a better version than this of like what Frankenstein means. It's whatever. 6 out of 10.
I had a feeling that was going to be your rating.
Yeah.
Don't be mad at me. Don't get mad. Don't send sailors my way. Don't throw them at my head.
You're going like 8 out of 10 on this thing?
I'm good. The score that I have tentatively right now is an 8 out of 10.
Just leave it, man.
I mean, I think when we get to our rankings, you'll see how I think in terms of like the lineup, it is just such a hard competition. And for me, this one was an easier placement. I will say that.
Same here.
Yeah. All right, next movie.
You know what? Let's get one that I watched recently that I am intrigued about, because there was like I said, it's top heavy for my stuff. The middle ground there, with like what's kind of trying to work its way up on the ladder.
Yeah.
There's a couple films in here, this being one of them. So I want to do The Secret Agent.
Okay, Secret Agent. Let's do it. Secret Agent Man. Secret Agent Man.
Yeah, so we've got all that, and we have The Secret Agent. 2020, is this 2025? 2025.
It's got to be.
Yeah.
It's nominated.
Jesus. Written and directed by Kleber
Mendoza Philo.
That's an L, it's an L and an H. Starring Wagner Mora as
great pronunciation.
Armando and Marcelo. And then a bunch of other. I'm not going to go through. I don't think anyone would. Is there anyone that I should give due props to? Because this also is put in like a, I think like a time, like the who you see first.
It's a pretty extensive cast of mostly exclusively, I should say,
Udo Kier
Brazilian
is
actors.
in this for all of 10 seconds.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, Gabriel Leone is Bobby too. He was menacing.
Yes.
I liked his. And then who was the lieutenant? I don't think they're gonna have his name as lieutenant.
Probably not.
Damn it. The two hitmen, I thought both had very unique looks to them, and I really liked their when they were on the screen.
Yeah.
So the secret agent, Wagner Moore's story. This is kind of done non-linearly, and as we were going through what Marcelo's going through, we're piecing together more and more about the history of what's going on, and how he's gotten to where he's at. So it's set in Brazil, right? Recife.
Sure.
Yeah, and I don't know. They're making all these, like, I can't tell if they quartered Brazil in this thing or if it's like split in half. They point to the north. They talk about the south. There's a regime coming through, a dictatorship, and there's these refugees. And we start out with oh boy, what is it? The shark that we get to start out with?
I think so.
Yeah, like the leg sticking out, right? Is that the?
I think it cuts to that later. I think opening scene is like him pulling up to the gas station.
Oh, that's right. And
Yeah.
yes, that is it. And they're talking with the police come up and they're kind of asking him what's going on and they want to see ID, and a lot of uneasiness going on. There's a dead body sitting in a gas station. They're kind of nonchalantly talking about, how to get here. Why aren't you doing anything? And then the cops show up, and it's been, weeks. And then there's more interest in this guy in the car and where are you going? And then we get to learn more about the events and kind of what we find out. This Marcelo. We learned that he was a teacher, professor, if you
Yes.
will, and he's kind of gotten into some trouble with, I believe, who was taking over the regime or was assisting with the coup or whatever was going on.
From my understanding, from my very limited understanding and my foggy memory,
Yeah.
he was like taking over the academia in a way that fit the regime.
Okay, because it was getting more corporate with how money was coming in, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, anyways, we find out Marcelo's got a son, and he's a refugee, and he's at this refugee kind of stay, right, with this lady that almost like the Underground Railroad.
It's like this hostel, yeah.
Yeah, where she works with the network and brings in people that are being ousted by the government or trying to be taken down by the government, right?
Yeah.
So, the secret agent. We'll get into it.
Yeah.
I saw this on Saturday, so
I saw this. This was the last movie that I watched that I had to see before we recorded this episode, but it has been, I would say, probably 3 weeks since I've seen it. And it's a dense movie. There's a lot going on, a lot of moving pieces.
yes,
A lot of portrayals of things that aren't exactly direct with what it's telling you. Some of this movie can dip into the surreal, the metaphorical, while some of it is just very straight-faced literal.
Yes.
I would say most of it is pretty literal.
yeah, 80%.
But there's a lot going on in this movie that I think it does to kind of put you off balance.
Yes,
Really kind of play with your expectations of what it might be. I mean, with a name like Secret Agent, you almost go into this movie expecting it to be oh, this is going to be this clandestine dude who's going to secretly take down the dictatorship or whatever.
Yeah,
from the inside.
I had more of a...
And it's more of just oh, this dude is just hiding and trying not to die, while also trying to figure out how his mother died, or who his mother was,
who his mother was, how she died, something around those lines.
Mm-hmm. And it's I really like the structure of this, in that it's a parallel storyline of him doing this research, kind of working in this file building or this archive.
It was the Institute of Identification,
and that, along with these two girls who are also kind of looking into the story of him and what happened to him, and kind of trying their best to dig up this limited information that they can scrounge.
Yeah.
And That being a lot of what you take away from this movie is just like the difficulty, especially at the time of a dictatorship, gathering this information and like all these historical facts. A lot of which are like missing either due to the regime itself or like time or the technology, whatever it be.
Yeah, and a little bit of a glimpse of what it's like to just live in a dictatorship, and the difficulties of survival, and as simple as it may seem.
I mean, I don't think it's a coincidence, at least to me, that this is of such a similar ilk to I'm Still Here.
Oh my God. That's racking my brain.
And when you have this movie nominated for Best Picture in a pretty similar vein, it says a lot about, I think, not just like what interests Brazilian filmmakers a lot of the time in terms of like portraying these things and like what's important to that culture specifically, but it's like kind of a good wake-up call and reminder for other nations who are maybe experiencing a similar thing.
Yeah.
This idea that fascism is the ultimate enemy of information, and that maybe certain people who are currently living through it, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, I pledge allegiance to the flag.
Yeah.
I think that a movie like this coming out and making a Best Picture nomination is, to me, important and very fascinating. How it portrays the time.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I really think that this is like the Academy kind of pulling this one out to keep it fresh in everyone's mind with one of the hottest, events that could happen with filmmaking. And it's very interesting too, because these stories now. I'm Still Here. The gentleman was a congressman, so it felt a little bit more politically fueled, right? With him, and this one, there's a really funny scene when he's talking to Elza, and it's a lawyer from up north who's trying to help out these refugees, people that have been targeted by the regime for to kill them or kidnap them, kill them essentially. And she comes in, she's like, "We found out there's 2 hitmen hired to kill you." He goes, "2? Like what?" And it's
right.
It's just so, it's almost like innocuous to us that this professor, I mean, not innocuous to us, but to us, it makes it more sense because it's a film on this guy. And like, oh yeah, we're going to amp the stakes to him. It's almost, it's like innocuous. I'm like, why would they kill him? I'm just a person.
I mean, I think that's what makes this movie specifically really fascinating is that like, you get the idea that this is just a guy who lived his life and didn't do anything wrong, but stood up for what he believed in, and like because of that is suffering the consequences of just existing in this environment and like having a target on his back because that's just how things are, and like how fucked up that is. And it's like, this is a reality in which like any one of us at any time could experience in some like unfortunate circumstance, right? Like,
I think it's hard to fathom. It's like one of those things too. You're watching it, just especially where we're at,
right?
know,
it's like, am I even important enough to be considered having 2 hitmen come after me?
Not only that, I'm just like looking at it like on the lens of like, man, I can't imagine what it's like going to a gas station with a dead body and the police officer's more interested in me and where I'm going than what's out there,
right?
It's he can't be on the phone for too long, or else he's going to be, it's going to be recorded. One of the more fascinating things to me that really made me crack up, it also kind of gives just what's going on is people are having sex everywhere in this thing in public places, but it's hedonism's taking off now because there's no motivation to do much else.
There's like a sense of like purposelessness and the idea that everything's going to shit anyway, might as well fuck,
right? Like I don't know if it plays into the carnival or whatever's happening around the culture, but like it's one of those things where I was like, okay, like you see trash on the streets, you see unkept buildings, right? You go, that's a bad area. You see people doing drugs or fucking, it's like not a great spot to be in, and that's what's constantly going on. And it's a little difficult because this thing is so bright. It's got so much of what I feel like is what Brazil is, with the lights and the carnival and all that stuff going on, and it's summer constantly 24/7, so it's kind of hard to break to to make it look any more gloomy, right, than what's going on.
Well, I mean, the movie itself just like immerses you in that. It just looks hot as shit. They're all sweaty
all the time.
They're all sweaty. It probably doesn't smell good.
No.
If I were to wager, especially if you're living in like a weird hostile situation where you're surrounded by all these other people.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It's just like one of those things where, I mean, I had a greater point, but I don't exactly remember what it is.
You got this.
So maybe I'll circle back to it. It had to do with like the hedonism and the idea that when you are faced with this like horrible situation and that like, yeah, what else can you do? It's like the idea that these people are just like letting loose. It's like, yeah, it's just another form of escapism and like trying to... I don't know, man. I had a point.
Is
and
it
then
that,
it's
or is
gone.
it like are they normalizing things that shouldn't be normalized? You know, it's just
Right.
There's so much stuff that gets flipped up depending on, you know, if they're especially if it's authoritarian regime coming in and saying this is how we are doing things. And the crazy thing is, there's no military in this. There's really no political figures that are placed about. Right, like the biggest one we have is Gierto. I can't think of the bad guy's name in this thing. It was something GH, I want to say.
I don't remember. It's been too long.
No, it's all right. I just, like I said, I just saw this on Saturday, and his name popped up. I was like, all right, is that the guy? Is that the dictator? Because I can't see. They kind of they show up images,
Yeah.
of him, right? And I'm sitting here going through. Oh my god, I can't.
Henrique Girotti.
Yeah, Enrique Gear, and then you know, Marcelo goes, "I'm not a violent man, but if I ever met that guy, I'd bash his skull with a fucking hammer."
Yeah.
And you know, and then and then the funny part about this too is like the things that he's standing up for are almost like self-evident, right? Like,
Yeah.
you'll respect my spouse, you'll respect my profession. I'm treating you to dinner. We're not having this conversation. And then when it comes to the workplace, you know, he's like, they're talking about lithium batteries, you know, and he's like, isn't that manufactured in Canada? Like, and that's who you're attached with, right? He goes, well, I'm not attached with them. I just, they're there and we're here and we'd like to bring that in. He goes, well, you're probably going to profit from this, right? He's like, oh, I'm not attached with them. It's just they're there. That's what we're going to do.
Yeah.
You know, and you see the
I remember what I was going to say. It makes a lot of sense to me. It's circling back to what you said about
hedonism.
Yes.
Yeah.
It makes sense to me that the tagline for this movie is at this time in Brazil, it was a time of great mischief.
Yeah.
And I think it you know, it really speaks to the idea that like, yeah, these people are being mischievous, but they're being mischievous because like it feels like there's no other choice. And also the government itself is mischievous in that it is actively oppressing its people.
Yeah.
So
Right
that
on.
was the ultimate point that I
Nice.
had thought of, that for some reason just like
We got to get back to it.
completely plucked from my brain. Wagner Moura in this
Yeah.
movie.
Fantastic.
Absolutely remarkable. I think just like almost effortlessly portrays this character in a way that's like compelling and cool, but like it's so like straightforward and simple in a way that I think is really effective. I mean, I liked him a lot in Civil War.
Yeah.
I thought he was like good as the kind of like cool, taking it easy, like photojournalist, but also like maybe a little bit sleazy. Here it's like, oh yeah, this guy's just dripping with sex appeal. Like,
Oh yeah, he's the coolest. You talk about a Sonny Hayes. This dude's Sonny Hayes.
you want Sonny Hayes, like
Yeah.
Brazilian Sonny Hayes, it's this guy.
Yeah, like he was awesome, and like his like principles as a person, and just being able to like, he doesn't ever feel like a weak man. Maybe more reserved, right? But
Yeah.
like when the whole stuff with the Institute going on and in the 70s, kind of seeing him, I was like, all right, that guy's got his principles, and like he's not backing down or wavering on that. You know, I was dying laughing when he's like, you come here, I bring you to dinner here. I've paid for the dinner, and you're going to treat me like that? I've paid for our dinner. We're going to leave now without even eating dinner.
Yeah.
You know, and I was like, okay, that meant something, and it just comes about. I mean, everything he's doing, and I swear the ending to this thing really kind of is a downer to me.
I mean, it is, but I think it almost kind of has to be.
I feel like it's supposed to, yeah. I've come to terms with it.
Yeah.
Like, not happily, but...
Well, I mean, that's I think, part of the ultimate point of the movie is that you are not given the conclusivity that you would want because the people researching this aren't given that as well. And I think the closest form that we get to that, and this spoilers for Secret Agent, check this movie out if you haven't already, is when the girl finds his son, who is also played by Wagner Moura, and you get like his very limited perspective on it, where he's basically just sitting there going like, I don't know what to tell you. I don't really want to talk about it, but it happened. So,
well, yeah, but I guess.
I mean, I might be misremembering. It's been like 3 weeks since I've seen this movie.
So it makes sense. I guess this is why I say it sucks, is because it's just like, I'm still here, right? Like, these people are ripped away from our lives. The only thing that we have to remember them for is what occurred. And you almost wonder if he's making assumptions or not necessarily misconnections, but like Marcelo and all this stuff for Armando is doing all of this for his kids so they can get out, right? Some bad things end up happening, and then he grows up, and the kid's like, yeah, I don't remember much of my dad, and from what I do remember, he's just kind of like, all right, he's like, the best memory I have is watching Jaws, and being afraid of the shark, and it really sucks hearing that, seeing what he was going through, trying to get him and his kid out of there, and for his kid to remember that, I was like, man, that makes him a shitty kid. But now thinking about it, it's like, oh, that's what happens when you're just ripped out of someone's life, and he grows up not really knowing his dad and what his dad was trying to do, and the researcher, hopefully with what they were able to compile, would give a little bit more justice to what was going on. But it holds on with the shot of going away and him just kind of like, hey, it's just another day. And yeah, I don't know.
What do you make of the kind of like shark motif throughout the movie?
Couldn't
with
get
like
a
the leg
fucking handle on it. I could not. There was the leg jumping around and kicking everyone at the sex beach definitely was like fascism, like whatever you want to do with information with the news, right? Whatever we say is true. So you put it in like with that satirical thing, and they're reading it, laughing because they're all educated, and they're like, oh my God, this is fake as hell, But like, I don't know if it was building up to that or if what the shark motif was representing was, God, I don't know. I had something, but it never really formulated.
Yeah. I mean, maybe it's just like the nature of the beast of fascism, and that it's something that like you can try to navigate as best you can, but like at the end of the day, some people are just guaranteed to be victims of it. Not everybody can make it out unscathed.
Yeah.
Considering that, the leg is just like fully hanging out of the shark's mouth still.
I just didn't. The shark being dead is what kept throwing me off.
Right.
So I'm like, I get the predator angle with this, and kind of like you said, unscathed. I'm like, but the shark's dead.
Yeah, and hopefully one day fascism will be as well.
Yeah, right.
I do like that the cinema in which it was showing Jaws turned into a blood bank.
No, that's fun. When you say it like that, yeah.
Yeah. It's a nice little nod to that.
Dude, he's just sitting there. He's just like, what are they doing now? There's some chick giving a guy a blowjob. It's like, that happens once a week. What do you want me to tell you? Every day I come in here, someone's doing some shit like that.
Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those movies that I think it's a little bit tricky to kind of wrap your head around the total intention of what it's doing. But I think the basic building blocks are there for you to kind of put together and more or less come to your own conclusions about like what it's trying to say. At the very least, it is condemning fascism and giving you an insight into this man's life as best as it can, while also maintaining the integrity of, oh yeah, this is what it is like to try and research this stuff, because it is sometimes so kind of indiscernible and like lost to time.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I think that's a really good version of that specific thing.
I felt like this was just, I'm still here, except we're going to put it in a more maybe lighthearted, fun angle.
Yeah.
We'll
A
get
little, yeah. This has a little bit more cheekiness to it than I'm Still Here does.
There's some things that happen that if the music shifted and the cinematography was a little bit more edgy, it would definitely hit differently.
Yeah.
I think this thing, not to say that it's like, hey, let's have fun with fascism and all this stuff, but I think it was like, we want to keep this entertaining, and we're not going. It's like some dark shit going on, right? So like, let's try to keep it best upbeat as we can, and some events happen that it's not even shown. It's just kind of given to you through like secondary information.
Yeah.
And but once again, too, I think like you're saying, it also plays into, boy, when stuff like this goes on, it's really hard to figure out what's right and wrong and document what people want you to document.
Shall we talk about this movie in the context of the Oscars?
Yeah.
Obviously, Best Picture. It's got Best Actor for Wagner Moura.
Yeah.
I don't remember. I think it's got Best International Feature Film, right? Nomination.
Double check. What are you?
It does for Brazil.
Yes.
And then Best Casting also.
Interesting. I can get behind that.
Yeah, I thought the casting in this movie was great. Yeah, a lot of the like kind of memorable side characters, like the old lady who's taking care of them all in the house.
Yep.
With like the big glasses, I thought was fun.
Dude, just the fucking two hitmen.
The two hitmen, the father-in-law.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, all that stuff was really good.
Even his wife was really good with just like the couple seconds she was on the screen.
Yeah. Very true. Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty much what we have to say about The Secret Agent. Mm-hmm. Shall we get into ratings?
Yeah.
I go first.
Yeah.
To me, this is a solid 8 out of 10. Great performance from Wagner Moura. Great supporting cast. Just like love the kind of texture of this movie. The kind of sweaty portrayal of fascism, and I say sweaty in a complimentary way because this movie looks very hot in terms of like just the cast, but also the atmosphere, the kind of oppressive nature of 70s Brazil under the thumb of a dictatorship. I think that for me, when it comes to my rating, it's more or less to do with the rewatchability. This is not a movie that I think I could just casually throw on. It's got a little bit more heaviness to the dish of this. But I think that if you're looking for something compelling, looking for something to where like you're going to be invested in pretty much every minute of what's going on, I don't think that this is I don't think you can go wrong with showing this film.
Agreed.
So, yeah, 8 out of 10.
Yeah, I mean, I got the same sentiment. I think this thing's beautifully shot. Cinematography's great. I really like the some of the music choices in here. There's times where I think he puts on like a record at one point, and I'm listening to it. I was like, man, I wish I knew what these people were saying. The characters are well done, like we said. The casting was a hit. I don't know any of these people besides Wagner Moura, and some of the characters I really just enjoyed as characters. I think my hang up is this thing's a little long. I think there's things that are kind of thrown in here. It plays up on the theme, but I don't know if it was necessary. And I will also say too, duped by The Secret Agent. Definitely thought that this guy was going to be part of the underground network, and I thought he was going to be what that old chick was with housing refugees. I thought he'd be the one kind of going through, and you find out, and it makes sense, The Secret Agent, because he's playing an alias. But once you get going and kind of figuring out, all right, this is the hero of the film isn't necessarily one working towards putting down the regime, but more so about getting out of the regime. Threw me off a little bit, but no, really well done. And my score is rewatchability as well, and I think just a little too long. If they could have trimmed probably 15 minutes off this thing, and it would have still been fine. So I got this as a 7 out of 10.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, I think it's my turn to choose, right?
Yes.
All right, I think I'm going to knock this one out just because I think we can talk about it pretty quickly. Already discussed it before. I'm going one battle after another.
Nice.
Extensive discussion, like I said, for the other two that we've previously covered, Sinners and Marty Supreme, but I will summate this to the best of my ability. One Battle After Another, directed and written by Paul Thomas Anderson, based on Violin by Thomas Pynchon, is a black comedy action thriller starring Leonardo DiCaprio, who plays a former revolutionary who is on a mission to rescue his daughter, played by Chase Infinity, from the clutches of an evil military officer, Colonel Stephen J. Lockjaw, played by Sean Penn, with the help of characters like Sensei, played by Benicio del Toro, and Regina Hall, who plays Deandra. He is on a mission to rescue his daughter. Also, Tiana Taylor plays Perfidia Beverly Hills. I feel like I'd be remiss not to mention her name and the character's name. So, yeah, there we go. One battle after another.
Yes.
To me, alongside Sinners, this feels like the other heavy hitter of the award season. Not just the Oscars, but award season in general. A lot of people saying that this is one of PTA's best. A lot of really great performances in this. This is to me, very performance-driven movie. Like a lot of PTA films tend to be very character-focused, and that is where like most of that shines through. I think that in terms of how it lines up against like the other kind of movies in this, I think it just really depends on like the type of thing you want out of movies. And for me, this I think checks all the boxes in terms of performances, cinematography, directing, writing, and like character writing, and just overall pace. This is a nearly 3-hour long movie, and it invests you in every single minute of it.
Yeah, I've seen it 4 times now.
You've seen it 4 times. Damn, I think I know where this is on your ranking. But
it's very 1 and 2 are tight.
I think there's a piece of this that just feels undeniable, right?
Yeah.
And I would not be surprised, and this is where my prediction is, if it wins Best Picture. This is what I have taking home the trophy.
I think I'm in the same boat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could maybe see Sinners taking it, especially considering how many nominations it has and like how long the staying power of that movie is. I mean, it's been a full like year almost since that movie's been out, and like people are still talking about it. But when One Battle came out, it was just a critical powerhouse, and like obviously huge budget, obviously like a very kind of uphill battle to have that movie be a commercial success. But Leo being in this movie did, I think, kind of give it the boost that it wouldn't have otherwise got in a theatrical run. I mean, this is PTA's highest earning movie ever, right? Am I correct in saying that?
Sure.
Yeah. So, I mean, a lot has been said about this movie already. Like, I guess what can you say about this that hasn't already been touched on a million times?
Nothing.
I mean, pretty much is where I'm at.
Yep.
I have Benicio del Toro taking supporting actor.
Oh, man. It's between him and Delroy.
Delroy, I think, is getting a lot of love. I think that if there's any like real stiff competition in that category, it's between him and Delroy. To me, Sean Penn's excellent in this movie. I think because he's already got 2 Oscars and people are kind of easily annoyed by him.
Yeah.
I think he's going to get passed over. I think Jacob Elordi, obviously, in my opinion, he's the strongest part of Frankenstein, but that movie only feels like, Jesus Christ. That movie feels like it's dragging him down. And then, of course, Stellan Skarsgård in Sentimental Value. He would probably be my number 3.
Oh, man, that's damn.
Just because it's like such a good performance, and like he's been around for a long time. It's like, is it time to give Stellan his due?
I don't know if we're giving it to him. We haven't gotten a Sentimental Value yet.
I mean, that's a bigger discussion that we can have for that movie, but I'm just throwing it out there for this category.
Yeah.
Because I'm putting my chips in Benicio.
I love him in this film.
Yeah.
Stellan is intriguing to me. I don't know. I can't see I'm just kind of looking at it. You know, it says it's got nominated for 13 nominations. I got 7, and I'm kind of looking at the 7 going like, all right, like I feel good about maybe 2 of them.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. I mean, it's once again, it's kind of it. You know, you cannibalize yourself, and it's like one of those things where it's like, all right, so One Battle and Sinners both have best supporting character, but I'm like, I could see Stellan winning it. I mean, he's got a majority of the screen time. Not necessarily that he's the focus of the story, but he's fucking, directing it, pardon the pun. So
I mean, I think it was, in my opinion, smart of them to nominate Stellan in supporting, because like you could make the argument that he's kind of the lead of Sentimental Value.
That's when, I mean, you get the lead,
but then you've got the very stiff competition.
Yeah. So I mean, hey, let's put him in for supporting, which I don't know how they just navigate that. It's like the dude's on screen 60% of the film.
Right. A little bit of category fraud there.
Yeah.
I not only have Benicio for supporting actor, I also predict Tiana Taylor's going to take it for supporting actress. Even though she's only in the first 30 minutes of the movie, her presence is felt. And I think when you think of One Battle, a lot of people, I think, would first think of her. Like past Leo, past Benicio. Like she's a big part of it in a way that leaves an impression.
Oh, I'm looking at the competition too.
Well, I mean, what do you think? Do you think that one's a lock for her?
I would say so. I mean, I would be pulling for Amy Madigan.
Yeah, the only category that Weapons got.
And I do like Inga Ibsdottir.
Yeah.
Elias. I thought she was really good too, because when I
like all these performances.
Yeah, when you said the
Wunmi Masaku,
Renee Rinsve for Sentimental Value got the leading role. I was like, oh man, her sister was pretty good in that thing. Mm-hmm. But like looking at it, I mean, to me, I would say that Tiana, because she's a force majeure, whatever you want to say, force majeure.
Yeah.
I don't even know if those two are right, but like her presence, yeah. Like you think that she's in the film longer. Mm. Like when I rewatched this thing, I was like, oh yeah, that's it. It gets clipped.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I have to sit down and kind of look at these things. I think it's going to be, it feels like there's less good movies, but the good movies are good.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, not much more to say about One Battle. I think if you want to hear our extensive thoughts, we dive pretty deep into our real discussion on the episode that we talk about it. But we can get into ratings for this.
Sure.
Move on quickly
to
another
first?
one. I think so.
All right. It's still a 9 out of 10. This is getting closer to a 10 out of 10. I don't know what is necessarily holding me up on a 10 out of 10. Maybe it's just nearly perfect film, but I got it as a 9 out of 10.
Maybe it'll be your Mad Max Fury Road for you, like it is for me, where
you want to give it that one more star.
Every time I watch it, I'm like ready to give it a 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
And then when it's over, I'm like, fuck, it's not quite there yet.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
I can't label it at all, but
yeah.
I don't know. For me, the second time watching this in theaters was pretty undeniable. I mean, I could wax poetic about it all day, but I think me just giving it a 10 out of 10, I think will say more than any description I could throw out.
It's a 10 out of 10 for you.
Yeah?
How about that?
Kind of gives away my ranking, but I guess we'll dive more into it later.
We'll find out.
Yeah.
The next one we're going to do is Train Dreams.
Train Dreams, awesome.
Train Dreams.
Choo Choo.
Choo Choo. Train Dreams is a 2025 film starring Joel Edgerton as the guy.
The man.
Yeah, the myth, the legend. Boy, I am...
Robert Granier.
Yeah, they just call him Granier. So this is a 2025 film directed by Clint Bentley, written by Clint Bentley and 2 others, starring, as we mentioned, Joel Edgerton as Robert Granier, Clifton Collins Jr. as Boomer, Felicity Jones as Gladys Granier, and then people that just kind of make appearances in here. Oh, Apostle Frank, Paul Schneider's in this thing. I didn't even recognize him. Apostle Frank. Okay. William H. Macy probably being of the most recognizable of these kind of, I don't want to say ensemble cast, but
Yeah,
right? Kind of, I mean, people, yeah.
probably.
So,
Carrie Condon comes
yes.
back. We get to talk about her a little bit again.
Yep. So this is about a man kind of going through a little bit of a...
You could have stopped there. It's about a man.
Yeah. It really, I mean, I don't, maybe you could switch out pieces on him, but going through maybe a little bit of an existential crisis, you know, just kind of his examination with himself and the world and the surroundings, you know, and you just get to see this guy kind of from when we catch up. I don't even know if I'd say catch up. There's like a 10-minute quip of him, you know, being a young lad and then kind of getting into his younger years. And then all of a sudden he's just sawing logs, you know, and he talks about how he's got to find purpose, and he found that with Gladys. And, you know, it turns into starting a family, and we got a narrator going through, and we're not really sure the narrator's connection with Granier. And, you know, it's just, it really is. We're just going to kind of hang out with this dude as he's going to go through trials and tribulations of life and what it all means to him. So, Train Dreams. Let's go.
Choo choo. All aboard.
Yeah.
I really like this movie.
Okay.
I think it is one that when I threw on, I was like, I'm having a good time. And then there's a beat in the movie that happens where...
Not a good time.
Not a good time. Maybe we won't get into the specifics of it, but there is clearly something that happens that alters the course of this man's life in a significant way. And you are just kind of like left with the remnants of that and the existential notion of like how quickly life passes you when you are fixated on this piece of grief and toil that you are just quagmired in.
Yeah.
And the sense of like weird kind of peace that the movie gives you while the character is dealing with this like heavy thing is, I think, impressive. I think this movie's mesmerizing. It looks fucking gorgeous.
Oh yeah.
And the just overall kind of like cozy tone, while also like not disservicing the importance of like what it's conveying emotionally. I think there's some people who could watch this movie and they might feel a disconnect to the character, and especially because of like the very Malikian way in which this movie's filmed. Like the environment is almost more important than the actual like character that we're following. I would say this movie is more character forward than the one Terrence Malick movie that I've seen.
Yeah.
That being said, I was wrapped up in a lot of what this movie was going for, including the emotional parts of it as well. Like,
yeah,
the conflict that he has to endeavor and just like kind of deal with and sit in while life just sort of passes him by is, I don't know, it resonated with me in a way that I didn't quite expect and kind of caught me off guard.
Hold on, real quick.
Yes.
We did Frankenstein. What did we do after that? I picked Secret Agent. Fucked up dad.
Yep.
Not by his own problem, right? One bad element after another. Fucked up dad.
Yep.
Right?
Quite maybe the fucked up dad movie.
So I'm kind of going, we might be talking about one. Not once again, a couple of these things aren't.
Oh yeah, no. There's one that's way more apparent than one bad.
Well, then, yeah. So anyway, in this one, I'm saying fucked up dad. You know, like and yes, there is a life event that happens, and you're right. Like how once you get kind of steeped in this depression, how sometimes it's hard to rebound out, and next thing you know, you look up and you haven't looked in a mirror in 30 years.
But it's like it's fucked up in like the sense that because of the experience, he is fucked up as a result.
No, but like I'm saying, so yes and no. For me, the no is in the sense of his wife was like, "Hey, we'll come with you. We'll journey. You've talked about other people doing it before." And because he says no, the events happen. Mm-hmm. And that's what I'm saying. Like, it's the weight of these choices that we make too in this like limited time that we have. and these consequences that we have within our conscious. Like, he struggles with a lot of the things, and it's not just that. It's the Chinese, the Asian American on the railroad not being able to make a difference in that sense. It's kind of just watching death just happen all around him at all moments, and just the inevitability of it, and kind of the what difference could I have made? And the big one is there's a family event kind of that happens, and that's the one that he lingers on the most. But like, if you remember, like, he's got other hallucinations or lucid dreams about these other things that have happened that he's witnessed.
Yeah, like these kind of like these choices that have like so negatively impacted his life that at the time kind of seem innocuous or out of his control.
Yes.
That just like, oh yeah, they follow him like a specter, and like his life is kind of defined by this.
Yeah. And
he just can't get past it.
Yeah, and that plays into it. And like there's a big event, but there's also a lot of other events that kind of unfold that he's a part of, that live with him.
Yeah, and like even though this character is in large part pretty passive, it still, you still feel the burden of like what he's going through.
Oh my god!
And like Joel Edgerton's performance, I think, is what really like draws that out.
He's like, it rivals Plemons with just the simple, like, not to say Plemons was simple, but the simplicity of it.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
The way he's carrying himself, and just
like the quiet grief, and then
melancholic.
Like, right? Melancholic. I mean, obviously you get moments of like very apparent grief when he's like starts crying or has that breakdown in front of his friend, but it's like, I don't know, the way in which like this is almost like such a wordless portrayal of pain is very, very effective.
It's odd.
It's odd, but it's like you get this sense that like, because this guy has like been used to a certain level of loneliness, that you almost think to yourself like, is this kind of the life he prefers? Until his wife and kid.
Yeah.
But anyway, and then you get to that point, and it's like, oh no, this is a guy who like obviously longs for human connection. It's just like, in a world that seems so distant, it feels impossible sometimes. And it's kind of ironic that like, this is a character who is helping the process of like, we're putting in these railways, and like this is a thing that is going to be used to like bring people closer together throughout the country, and like as a form of getting people closer. And it's like, this dude couldn't be any further from everyone else in the world.
Yeah. No, there's that element. There was another one I really like, the technology side of things, and there was a funny aspect is seeing where your money goes, right? So I think $4, he worked $4 a day, right, is what he got paid, and he's working on the trains, and the next thing you know, you kind of see the advancement within technology as the trains are going, horse and buggy, which I think was a little bit more of a motif for automobiles coming in, right? Being able to transport. And I think he charged Kerry Condon $4 to go, to travel across the state lines or whatever. And by the end of the film, it's $4 for a plane ride. So you kind of you look at one hand where he's like, man, that would have been a day's wage for me to ride that plane. Like, if you imagine right now working for a day, what would you be able to pay for?
Right.
And it's kind of one of those parallels too that I really liked as he's going along, probably being so distant from the world around him too. That's probably blown his mind. And I was happy he took the plane ride, but there's such a simplicity around this thing. And yeah, it is pain, but I think it's also forgiveness, and it's reflection, and just the ability to kind of come to terms with the inevitability of life, and what you're, maybe the difference you can or can't make, but like at the end of the day, like, enjoy the moments that you have, forgive yourself for the moments that occur, and it's just kind of like you'll continue on, because I think he beat himself up, but he was also he was able to come to peace, I think, with it a little bit. But and it's one of the things too that I kind of liked about the film is when there's these ups, there's the downs, or when the downs, there's ups. Like at first it was seeing some things and going home and having the family, and then, something happens, and then it's going home and getting to the dogs, right? And then it just kind of always felt like it was swept up with like something bad happens, but then something good happens.
Yeah.
And ultimately, I mean, that's kind of just the carousel of life.
And how fast it passes you by. I mean, that's a big part of this movie too. Is like, it takes almost little to no time at all for him to like quickly age and become an old man. And it's like, obviously we don't see the different points in his life that don't focus on like his grief or like how he handles it.
Well, 25 years pass, I think is what they say by the time he gets into town.
Right, but like you get the sense that because he has been living in the same cabin, that like he doesn't really talk to anybody else.
Yep.
It's like, oh, these are just like the most significant parts of this man's life, is just the way in which he deals with this grief, whether he's like conscious of it or not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, beautiful movie in more than just the sense of visuals. I think it resonated with me in a way that like I said, I didn't quite expect. Just like the solitude of like how he's just kind of living out there on his own, and like he's built this thing for himself. Yeah, I don't know. I enjoyed it. I connected with it.
Good on you.
Yeah. Thought it was really good.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's like too much more to say, and I know that we're kind of pressed for time.
No, I don't. This is a Yule log movie.
Yeah, that's a good description. It's a Yule log movie.
I really think that, I don't know how many times you'll throw this on for comfort or peace.
This is a good movie in the category that I have created called cabin movies.
Oh, yeah.
Movies that would benefit from watching while you're in a cabin, to create this atmosphere.
Yeah, like I'm trying to look up what this thing's nominated for outside of
I think cinematography. That's like the biggest one that comes to mind.
Best adapted screenplay.
Yep.
Best original song. Yeah. And I don't know the song, I guess.
I mean, it's just called Train Dreams.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah. I could not tell you what it is or what it sounds like. Maybe it's just the train riding along. Choo-choo.
I don't remember much of the score with this thing, but yeah, and from a technical aspect, cinematography is great.
I remember the
sound
score
design's pretty good.
It's an appropriate score from what I remember. I don't think I could exactly pinpoint
There's
it.
no way that they have lyrics in this thing, right?
I don't think so.
That's what a score is.
Yeah.
Right? Am I thinking of the right thing?
I don't know. William H. Macy.
But that's original song.
William H. Macy coming in, giving the movie some sauce.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I liked him. Just kind of like a look at how this character views the people that come and go in his life, and like what makes an impression. Like obviously William H. Macy, Carrie Condon. The movie almost tricks you into thinking that like maybe he'll like move past his grief and get with her. Yeah,
that was the closest that you get. And I think I tricked myself into that did happen and was shocked when it didn't.
Yeah. But I mean, I think it's, I don't know, it's sort of the right move that it doesn't happen, because it's like the whole point of the movie to me is like this guy just not being able to get past it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Was there anything else we wanted to say about Train Dreams? Choo choo.
No,
all aboard.
It's funny because, like I said, I think this year there's some good movies to discuss, and with some of them, they're very just at face value. I guess like
I think that's
this
something,
one is one that's not too deep.
I can appreciate that about this movie, in that like it doesn't feel overly complicated.
Right.
Obviously, like the simplicity of it to me is what makes it effective.
Yes, agreed. And well, you have to. I mean, just given the timepiece and what he's kind of going through, we kind of have to live with him.
Yeah.
No, the only other shout out would be the director, the narrator. I knew I was gonna like this film immediately when he was doing the narration, and it felt very much kind of like I was hanging out with him at the campfire, and he's telling me the story of Grainer, and we're sitting at the campfire, and I'm just listening to him tell me about this story about this man. Yeah, we get the visuals obviously, but like had they not been there, I would have been completely fine with it. Like I love that element with it, and the narrator he was fantastic.
Yeah. Really works for the texture of this movie.
Yeah.
Let's get into ratings.
Yes.
I go first, I think, right?
Yep.
Because you picked it. I mean, very solid 8 out of 10 for me. You're gonna find a lot of my ratings kind of line up with this number. Unsurprisingly, I think this is a very good year. But I think I was very pleasantly surprised when I saw that this was nominated for Best Picture.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I didn't quite expect it to be, especially considering that I had a feeling that Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein would take like a Netflix slot. But I don't know. I like the fact that this is included. This kind of quaint, quiet movie.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, we'll see how far it gets. I think it's got a chance for cinematography.
For sure.
We shall see.
Yeah, this thing's beautiful.
An easy movie to root for.
Oh my God, yeah, and it's so crazy too. Because you talk about sadness, and you sit there in melancholy, and you watch this thing, and you'd be like, "Man, this is a sad film," but it really doesn't give you that impression. You know?
Yeah.
I shouldn't say impression. It definitely leaves an impression, but there's a funny Parks and Rec thing where Chris Traeger's getting upset, and Andy and April are kind of training him up. Someone gives something very cute, someone gives something very dark, and it's almost like kind of like sweet and sour, you know? And that's what this film felt like to me. I was like, there's an even balance of all the shit that's happening, even though it's probably going in a very dark way. That doesn't make it feel that dark. So, no, this is an 8 out of 10 for me. Solid film. I don't know, like, once again, kind of batched into the rewatchability aspect of it. If I threw it on, I don't think it's not a bad time. It's just I don't know how excited I am to throw this back on again.
Right. Excited, I don't think would be the appropriate word for this.
Well, I hope I'm never in a mood where I'm like, I'm watching Trains. You know what I'm just like?
Yeah. Understandable.
Unless I hit the lottery and I was like, all right, I gotta fucking bring myself down a little bit.
Yeah, humble yourself.
Yeah.
Return to earth, so to speak, like he does after the plane ride.
Yeah. Oh my God, he hasn't looked at himself in a mirror in 32 years.
He's got a great beard.
Boy, howdy. Yeah, he looked like Bo is afraid.
A little bit. If Bo was like, I don't know, more conventionally put together.
Yeah. You know how it goes with Joaquin.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, your turn. Next movie.
All right, I'm pulling the trigger. I'm excited to talk about this. Let's let her rip. Hamnet.
Yep, knew it was coming.
Yep, you knew it was coming. Saving sentimental value for last.
Which I'm fine with.
I am fine with that too.
Yeah.
Cool. Hamnet. Let me pull up information about Chloe Zhao's Hamnet, who directed and co-wrote this with Maggie O'Farrell. It is based on obviously the life of William Shakespeare and his wife Anne Hathaway, but I think it's also based on a novel, right? Oh, yes.
It is.
By Maggie O'Farrell. So, okay.
Yeah.
The author helped
it's a
lend
little bit
hand
of a fictitious take on
their life. And
well, I don't think there's like a whole lot of history on his. Maybe there is, but like on the death of his son.
Probably a lot that's like either disputable or unsubstantiated.
That's what I'm saying. Like yes. Anyways,
if I were to wager, but it more so focuses on. They call her Agnes in this movie.
Yep.
More so focuses on Agnes, portrayed by Jessie Buckley, and her falling in love with William Shakespeare, who is played by Paul Mescal, and them forming a family while he is establishing himself as a playwright in London, getting this sort of famous status, taking these sort of understudies and like constructing this set stage. And while he is away, there is a family tragedy that takes place, and it pretty much becomes the focal point of the movie. Mm-hmm. Pretty much, it happens like halfway through, so it's like kind of spoilery, but it's also like a lot of people who went into the movie knew that was going to happen. So I don't know. Should I say spoiler alert for
Yeah.
Hamnet? Spoiler alert for Hamnet.
Well,
We're going to spoil the shit out of it.
We spoil all the. I mean, we gave it up front. I mean, so if you tune into here, but anyway, my brother knew about the.
What are you doing if you come in here? You don't know you're going to get spoiled, huh? We're going to spoil the shit out of you. You're going to be like Dudley Dursley on Christmas morning.
This is it's in the synopsis of that happening. So. Real quick, let me just give you my whole spiel real fast.
Yes.
Okay, so you can put yourself in the head frame of McClane when he threw this on Friday night with his wife.
Who boy?
Not bad. I'm just like so we talked about it. I didn't go into knowing anything about this. I thought it was a modern take on Shakespearean plays. So I thought Buckley and Paul Mescal were in this, and they were kind of like living out in the woods, doing some like folk, tales and doing some Shakespearean plays, and they were going to develop a relationship, and it was going to be the examination of that, and maybe throwing in some Shakespearean, sonnets or something like that. That is going to be more metaphorical or whatever you want to say, right? So immediately, movie starts out, and Buckley wakes up. Agnes wakes up in front of a cave, and she's dressed in crimson dress, throws on a glove, falcon, and there's no dialogue going on, and it's like 7 minutes into the film, and I'm like, I don't know what I'm in for. Movie also says Hamnet preceded Hamlet, right? And that's they're almost in common
usage, yeah.
Yeah, right. So that's how the movie opens up. So not even paying attention to that. And next thing you know, it's Paul Mescal, and he's in a boarding school teaching Latin. I'm like, I don't think this is modern time. Like, I don't know if this is kind of like, I don't know. I mean, it is more of The Witch than it is like something that's supposed to be like fucking even contemporary. And they start talking. Don't catch his name when they introduce themselves.
Yeah.
And the subtitles always refer to his husband. I have no fucking clue where this movie's going, right? And all I know is that it's Hamlet, whatever. They named the kid Hamnet, right? And I'm like, oh. It's like this kid. So Mescal's the fuck up. This kid is what kind of, he's going to come in and save his mom, and Mescal's going to be kind of like the uncle that came in to sweep, right? And then the kid thing happens, and I'm like, I have no fucking clue what is happening. And Jasmine's like, where's this film going? And I was like, maybe it's Agnes's perspective, and it's more about the plight of women and like how, men run away, fucked up dads, right?
I mean, yeah, this is a fucked up dad movie.
Right. And and then they go into the town, and like he's kind of bought, he's got the biggest house in Stratford, and he's been writing plays. And I'm like, all right, like this is like, is he supposed to be Shakespeare? Like this is very Shakespearean, right? And then he goes to the river, and then he says, "To be or not to be." And I'm like, oh, okay, so Shakespeare's already happened. He's quoting him and kind of like he's gonna kill himself, right? Doesn't do that. And I'm like, I'm just like, I'm kind of blown away. I don't know what's going on. And then they're like, hello, miss, is there Bill Shakespeare here? Yes, up in the attic. And I was like, holy fuck. Like, and the movie turned for me. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know if I had known going into this thing he was Bill Shakespeare, or William Shakespeare, if that would have made the difference. Like, I don't know.
It's almost like you kind of tricked yourself into watching the most effective version of this movie. And then, like, it surprised you that it was William Shakespeare the whole time.
I audibly gasped when they said his name out loud. I went, holy shit.
That's funny.
Wow. I didn't read the synopsis or anything. So I asked I asked Sam about the synopsis. He goes, yeah, isn't it about his kid dying, and he writes Hamlet? And I go, so you knew that? He goes, yeah, everyone that reads anything knew that. And I was like, I had no fucking clue. I go, the only knowledge I had was from a poster. Like, I haven't seen a trailer for this. Didn't read a synopsis. I've seen the poster of them, and that's why I thought it was a love story about them out in the woods.
Right.
Yeah.
That's fun. That's very fascinating.
So I wanted to get that out because that's my whole perspective going into this, because I had no clue what this was about until they do that. And then all of a sudden, the ending's a banger ending.
I mean, I was just going to say, so let me ask you this. Is it a film that as a whole works for you? Because there's a lot of conversation around this movie that can label it as Oscar bait. It labels it as something that's like, how sincere are these emotions? Are they just going for like the performance Oscar to like really show like, oh yeah, we can be emotional, like cry a lot, and like, is this actually like resonating with people? And while I don't think it's a movie that's like up to the caliber of something like One Battle or Sinners, it's like this movie isn't trying to be. And I think it's very well directed. I think the performances for me work, and the emotions of it I did get wrapped up in. Like, I think that for me this worked on a whole. Yeah. We can talk about whether or not it like worked to the same degree, and I think that the ending for me just like landed it.
Oh yeah.
But I'm very curious to hear your experience with like the emotional kind of cruxes of this movie and like how effective that was, because I think it's one of those movies where like if you're not connecting to either the romance or like the paternal relationships or like the death of the kid and how they deal with the aftermath of that,
right,
I can imagine that this is a movie that like you just kind of bounce off of. But I don't know, for me it worked, and I am not ashamed to say that it worked.
Oh,
so I don't know. I it sounds like you are
yield the floor.
You're in the same sort of ballpark that I'm in.
Kind of. I mean, it's it's a little tricky because like I think more so it's where are we going, right? Like, and that's the ending like boosted this a full star compared to what probably would have. But I'm also curious what I would have thought knowing this was Bill Shakespeare or William Shakespeare like at the beginning. I don't know. Like, and so it's funny, like we had it on and then the making of popped on after that. So I caught a glimpse of that and how that's working. And it was a little bit, like Chloe Zhao was talking about, like really wanted people to live in the space and the places with these emotions, right? Like we can't escape it. Like this is gonna be some heavy shit. We're really driving just to linger on these scenes that we're really capturing the full emotionality of what people are feeling, I mean, it's all right. I don't know. It's so hard because there's like some of it. Yeah, it's very captivating. Like my wife cried watching this thing. Like she got through the whole thing. I don't think I was ever looking at my clock. But definitely kind of drifting with the film. This is a slower paced film, and it really hinges on the performance of the characters and getting behind what's going on. Once again, not knowing that it's about William Shakespeare, I thought this was about Agnes being like a witch or something. And I'm like, I'm trying to
She does have heavy witchy vibes. And especially because like she talks about like, if I'm gonna give birth, it's gonna be in the woods by the brook, and like whatever. Like it's gotta be this perfect conditions.
Standing by my deathbed.
All the medicine is gonna be like this holistic shit, and it's like, yeah, is this? I could see you watching this movie not really knowing where it's going. Like, is this like a more whimsical version of The Witch by Robert Eggers?
I'm like, I don't think this is horror, but I also feel like, are we getting like kind of like into like piece of shit dad that's gonna run off and like she's gonna go and capture him, or she's gonna start life anew on her own, and it's kind of looking at these choices that we make, like, because it felt very much like choices of times, what emotions we're feeling and expressing. And so that's once again, I didn't know it was in the 16 or 1500s. So I'm like, this could be 1876 in fucking Idaho, all right? Or we're in wherever we're. I mean, I knew they were like, it figured in Britain somewhere, right? Is that where he's Stratford, Britain? Yeah. So
they're in good old England, yeah.
Yeah, you can I got the sense of that, but I'm like also like, is this the 1400s? So yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's so.
I mean, there's like kind of an indiscernible quality about this movie when it comes to like the wardrobes and the environments, and like how little it sort of gives its hand at like the time period and like the specificity of that. It doesn't really feel like it's a movie that is that concerned with the historical accuracy of it, which I don't mind, but it does make it a little harder to specify like, okay, I guess we're just like not concerned with like the time period really. I mean, there's a lot of creative liberties being taken anyway.
They are. All I'm saying, like, Now, knowing where it's at in life events, I think very distinctively puts it in there, right? Like for me, this could have been anywhere from the 1500s to like the 1700s. You know what I'm saying? Like that's where I'm saying. Like not like a whole lot changes. Maybe the invention of the fucking wheel, whatever, right? But like it felt, because it's indiscernible, at least just from that sense, that this story was focused more so on the female perspective and maybe something with what Agnes was going through.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it switched for me, and I like went, holy shit. And then I was like, all right, where are we going now? Like,
yeah,
right.
there's a level of intrigue that like was enough to hook you.
Oh my god, enough to hook me, dude. I fucking sat up. It's like
leaned forward, locked in.
I was like, I can't believe this. And then I was like, I wonder if no one else knew this. And then I read the synopsis on IMDb, and it says William Shakespeare's life. Fucking idiot.
I saw this in theaters, and I'd seen the trailer. Like, I don't know how, like tens of times, I guess. I don't know.
You've seen the trailer?
I saw they played the trailer a lot in theaters.
Oh, I guess it depends on when you're, yeah.
And, I go a lot because I'm a fucking freak.
You got that movie pass, dog?
Hey, that VIP membership. No, so I had already a set of expectations as far as the story went of, like, what the movie would be. And it's not like I was, had tears streaming down my face or was like bawling in the theater, like, aah! But I think the performance was compelling enough for me to like really get behind, especially from Jessie Buckley, who we talk about guys who are dudes. She's my girl who's a chick. How did we label that?
Yeah, girls that are chicks.
Girls that are chicks. She's, on up towards the top of that list for me. And I think that I have her winning Best Actress. I think it's one of those where it's like, not only are you good in this movie, but you've been around for a bit. You've been in things that people are interested in where they like you specifically. And I don't know, I'd love to see it. She's one of my people. Yeah. And I think that she rocks in this movie. Paul Mescal in this, I think, is good. I think just naturally his performance is outshined because he's not as like emotionally out there as Jessie Buckley's character, and also part of the narrative for his character is that he is just gone for a lot of it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why you'd think the perspective's on her,
right? But I mean, I think that they both do a really good job with like that end scene and like conveying those emotions without really saying much.
Yes.
Specifically from like her physical portrayal of like going through the motions of that. I don't know. I think is really good.
Yeah, she was great. They were both great. I don't know if Paul, I don't think he's up for Best Actor. I don't think he should be.
No, I don't think he is.
Or even, I thought he was fine. And
that's where I'm at.
Yeah, like I don't know what his
he's better in other stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know what his whole thing is. This one felt like a good piece to have in here for maybe a slower film.
His whole thing is like, and I guess it kind of works for this movie in that like he just is used to playing sad boy a lot of the times.
Yeah. Like
After Sun, All of Us Strangers, like shit like that.
Yeah.
And I say shit like that. Both those movies are fantastic, and he's great in them.
Yeah.
But it's one of those things where, like, I don't know. It almost kind of doesn't do the movie any favors that it's Paul Mescal, because it's like you almost kind of want it to be a little more anonymous. But I get the intention there.
I think you get a really name brand face, and you're playing William Shakespeare. You want to have, especially with how much this is kind of slows down.
Yeah,
I think you got to have someone in the audience can at least resonate with. You get a no name in there with Buckley, she'll one boss him around, and two, I don't think you really get the feeling of that dynamic and that what I felt like was they're kind of both coming to terms with finding peace.
Yeah,
and I don't think that with the no name actor in there you really get that sense.
I guess I'm just like working through my thoughts as I'm thinking out loud. And it does make sense as like shorthand to cast Paul Mescal in that role, because when you see him, you're like, oh, I know the kind of movie that I'm getting into.
Yeah, well, and
he's got like a a thing.
Dude, William Shakespeare's larger than life. Like, everyone knows Shakespeare. Like, I've never read Shakespeare, and when he said to be or not to be, I go, fuck, know that quote.
I took a class specifically on Shakespeare at Grand Valley University. So I've read my fair share of the Bard.
Yeah.
I would say my favorite is, and maybe this is a basic bitch answer, it's probably Hamlet, honestly.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people tell me.
Although I do have a soft spot for The Tempest because it is, I think, the last play that he wrote, and it's the one that I first learned about going to Grand Valley.
Dude, the guy died on his birthday.
Happy birthday.
And a lot of people are wondering if it was politically motivated.
Oh.
Because he seemed to be in fine shape before he died.
To be or not to be, man.
To be or not to be?
To be or not to be.
I think they said he went out to the bar.
He says that
they were.
Yeah, he says it by the pier before he cracks open a Pabst Blue Ribbon.
He says it by the pier before he cracks open a beer. Don't sneer. I'm just jeer.
He's got some competition.
Yeah, watch out. No, what was I gonna say? Yeah. So the kid himself, there, from what I saw or read, that's kind of why the Fiona Crombie. No, who was Maggie O'Farrell? She wrote a little bit of this fictitious. I'm assuming fictitious story with Shakespeare writing Hamlet for his late son Hamnet. The funny part too is so at that time you had to get the blessing by the political court to get married, right? So one of the things that they were hand fasted, they say it 3 times, we're hand fasted. Just I don't know what the hell that means. I think it's because they had the kid out of wedlock.
Yeah.
They wanted to make it seem like, they claimed that they were like this, and then they had to go and you had to get it signed by a certain person. I think this is also at the time where they could look at the chick and be like, nah, not with you, my man. So they rushed through the wedding, which is also, it's kind of played out in the movie.
Yeah. Did you like the kid performance from the kid that played Hamnet? Jacoby Jupe.
Yeah.
I thought he was really good.
They did the thing with him at the end, and he sounded like the girl from Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. It's you're 9.
I guess his older brother, Noah Jupe, played the actor who plays Hamlet in the play. So
that makes sense because they looked very. I thought it was remarkable how close they looked.
There's a reason.
Yeah, that makes sense now.
But no, that's just good. That's just a good use of casting and the opportunity there.
I got nothing else on this one. I
think I'm good to get on to the last film. Let's get into ratings for Hamnet.
Yeah. So real quick too. Nominations: we got Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actress with Kyle's already planted the flag.
Yep.
Best Adapted Screenplay, which I'd be kind of interested in. Best Original Score, yawn. Best Casting, yawn. Maybe not. The Jupe brothers are good. Best Costume Design, I could see that. And Best Production Design, I think rivals Sinners. But this is once again one of these things where it's you get the technical side with F1 rivaling Once Upon a Time or Sinners, and then you get the costume design, production design. This movie I thought is exceptionally the Globe, I think is what they call it, where the Hamlet takes place. Mm-hmm. They either called that or the Egg. It was some weird ass name for it, but being able to 3 levels up, and it was kind of like a cross design, and then you had the crowd in there. They said it was insane being in there and doing filming. And you look at it, it looks like it only fits 300 or 400 people, but I guess it is 300 or 400. Anyways, so that's what we have for people keeping track at home. For me, this film was a little bit of a treat. Once it got into oh shit, that's William Shakespeare. Kind of a slog. Just because
I can see that, yeah.
And place it and you don't know where it's going. If I had known it was him and was kind of oh, where are we getting into? And then I see Hamnet, I would be oh, wow, I guess, which it's funny because it's the beginning or the leading up to discovering it was William Shakespeare was it immediately went flipped, right? And now all of a sudden, like, a lot of this is making sense, and it's feeling very important for like why he wrote this. And him and Buckley kind of coming to terms best they can, from a distance. And I really enjoyed that. I thought cinematography was great. I really liked the production design of this thing, the costumes. I thought the acting was phenomenal. It's just a couple long scenes with birthing and life and death, and even him kind of coming back and forth. It gets a little stale, but at the end of the day, I got this as an 8 out of 10.
Nice. I think I'm pretty much in the same place as you. This is also an 8 out of 10 for me.
Oh, nice.
The emotional cruxes of this were effective enough for me. The performance, I thought, from Jessie Buckley is kind of undeniable. I think that she will take home the trophy. I am planting my flag firmly, like you said. And, I think the casting, was good for this. Looks great, like you said. I mean, I'm pretty much just repeating what you just stated, so I think I'm just going to trail off there and repeat my 8 out of 10 score.
Nice. How about that?
How about that?
I thought you were going to be a little higher on this than me. But I think we both got to the same score from different lanes.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Two horses on the same track going the opposite ways.
Yeah. I was just to say, no, I talked to Sam about this, and I immediately, when I told him that, and he hit me with, I was like, do you know what the film's about? Like, kind of like doing like one of those, like, I'm going to get you.
Right.
And he just immediately goes, it's about William Shakespeare's like kid dying and how he wrote Hamlet, right? And I was like, okay, guess I'm the idiot.
No, it's funny. It's a fun little thing to learn about. I'm glad you told that.
I don't know if I'd like to go to a parallel universe because I'm not sure if it helped this thing with the score or not. Mm-hmm. Last film we got to talk about. Wrapping it up with the Oscar talks.
Sentimental Value.
Right. I just watched this last night.
Oh, this is the last one you watched?
Last one I watched. Dude, I had to drive down to Indianapolis and get Preston. I've been all over the fucking place. I was up till 1 o'clock watching this last night.
Damn. Dedicated to the podcast.
Hell yeah. We said we were talking about it. All right. So we got another 2025 film, Sentimental Value. Directed by Joachim Trier.
Damn.
Written by
Trier Harder, other directors.
Damn. Starring, let's get this, Renee Ransve as Nora Borg, Stellan Skarsgård as Gustav Borg.
You can't see it, but I'm raising the roof.
Oh, I got you. Inga Idzabata Leas as Agnes Borg Peterson, maiden name. Elle Fanning as Rachel Kemp. Anders Donaldson Lyas Jakob.
Jakob.
And we have no one else in here that
Corey Michael Smith as Sam, Rachel's colleague.
What? Who's this dude?
He's like one of the guys that like she's hanging out with.
I know who he is. I'm saying, where do I know him from?
He's the
George?
son.
May December?
Yeah, May December.
Ah,
yeah.
Wait. He's the younger son. Oh, well, I guess neither. One's her son, one's her lover.
No, he's her son from the previous marriage.
Oh,
yeah. He's the one that like confronts Natalie Portman. Yeah.
Oh, I can see it now too.
Yeah.
Dang.
Also
he was fantastic.
Also plays Chevy Chase in the Saturday Night Movie.
Yes, and I have not seen that yet, but there was a funny line in there that I laughed at in the trailers.
Not the most memorable movie. He is very good in it.
Yeah, he looked it. Like when I saw him play Chevy Chase with just his one line, I was like, I think he's going to nail Chevy Chase. Movie, Sentimental Value starts out with Mac having a heart attack. So, Mac messed up Hamnet, not realizing it was about Bill Shakespeare. This movie starts out in Norwegian.
Yay! Subtitles.
I thought Elle Fanning was his daughter.
No. So, I mean, maybe if you read the movie a certain way.
Yeah. So, guess what? Not in English. No Elle Fanning. Who are these people speaking Norwegian? Is Stellan Skarsgård Norwegian? I kind of know the prefix of the name, but is this right? Pause the movie twice because I spent $6 on it to make sure I got the right film. I said, you know what? After I paused it now twice at 12, what time was it? 11:15 at night. I said, we'll find out. And I hope to God it is, or I'm cliff noting Sentimental Value for tomorrow. Because I've spent 6 hours on a Norwegian film. I cannot tell you how confused I was by this thing.
You were having a rough time.
Dude.
I'm just going to say, when we do these yearly Oscar episodes, there's a lot that goes into, just like preparing to watch 10 movies in such short succession. I usually get lucky because I am a degenerate who has too much time on my hands, and so I go to the theater an autistic amount.
Yeah.
And Mac has actual adult responsibilities. He's got children to raise.
Yeah.
And so I put this poor man through the ringer, and
it was fun.
You can see his mental state deteriorate in real time.
I love doing this. And I thought this. So, well, one, too. There's we got shit going on. So I'm like, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to spend $60 watching these last 3 films.
Right.
Find
It's
out.
a big ask.
Hamnet.
Yeah.
March 6th. Right. Friday night free. Peacock. Doink. Secret Agent free. Hulu. Doink. Sentimental Value. What's the cost of this? I ran out of my Apple production fucking thing. So do I fake an email to get in here again? $6 Amazon. Doink. So I'm all good with this. Didn't do much research though, which I like. Cause I like those last 3 films. I'm like, I don't know.
Hey,
what
you
I'm
like
getting.
to be surprised by a movie.
Yeah, Secret Agent really fucked me up because I thought it like this, and all of a sudden halfway through I'm like, this isn't it. But anyways, Sentimental Value starts off with all this stuff, and I'm like, wow. Completely missed the mark on where we were going with this one, right? Just knew it was about a director. I knew it was about a director who had a tarnished relationship with his kids and was looking back at his life. That's what I had heard.
Yes.
Right? Kind of. Also, Stellan, not the main character, right? I mean, as much as you can be from the male side.
No, I mean, this movie, to be fair, between, I would say, the 3, between Renee, Stellan, and Inga, it's a pretty even mix of the 3 of them, with Elle Fanning kind of coming and going.
I think Inga's kind of she isn't. She's almost, because she actually has come to peace with some of her trauma.
So much of the conflict is between Stellan and Renee.
Yes,
that it's how much conflict can she really be involved in without just being the solution kind of to the characters.
Yes.
And we'll get to that, but one of those movies where it's just everybody's kind of firing on all cylinders.
Yeah.
It's a performance powerhouse between all of them, and really good year for foreign films, like we said earlier. This has, I think, taken all 4 acting categories between the main players in this movie. So Stellan gets Best Actor nom, Renee gets Best Actress nom, and then Elle Fanning and Inga both taking the supporting actress. So 2 supporting actress slots. I don't think either of them are going to get it. Be nice to see it, but that just says a lot about this movie's just overall power, I guess. When it comes to what it's doing, and I think it's doing it pretty damn well.
Same here.
And it's great that this is the last movie we'll be discussing, because this is the fucked up dad movie.
Oh yeah, this is how about that?
Quintessential fucked up dad movie.
All right, let's go down the list real quick. Let me see how many we got. You got that's not it right there?
No, this is it.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, this is just a backup for in case my phone falls in the toilet or something.
Yeah, from here.
So Bugonia.
Half. I'd say half.
F1. Half again.
Yeah.
Frankenstein. Now that is the first 2-pointer.
No. That's where I'm at 2 out of 3 films. But yes, Frankenstein's first fucked up dad. Even though once again, kind of not a dad, but dad, right?
Yeah. Absolutely about a dad.
There we go.
Hamnet.
Yeah.
Fucked up dad movie.
Yeah.
Pretty
Wasn't there
undeniable.
when his kid died.
Exactly. Marty Supreme.
Fucked up dad.
Kind of becomes a fucked up dad movie.
I mean, he's all right, in the loosest sense, but that chick's pregnant, right? While he's doing all that stuff and not around. So,
yeah.
And
not just I'm 2 months pregnant. No, she's full ass, ready to give birth.
Yeah, and she got the shit beat out of her because the other guy knew it wasn't hers.
Well, she's
kind
of a little farcical there. The Secret Agent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I'm only saying. Now here's the only reason why I'm saying it is
Out of his
what
hands, fucked up dad.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's just with what happened to his son, who actually ended up being all right, but
Right.
it's kind of given the relationship. So,
Sentimental Value, the movie we're currently discussing.
too.
That Sinners.
Nope.
That's kind of the only one that like you really, I guess, can't put that label on.
We're
it
at
really
8.
anyway.
We've named 8 films. We got 6.
Train
right?
Dreams.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Come on. He made a choice, and that negatively impacted someone. 2 people.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have 9 on my list. What am I missing?
One battle after another.
Oh yes, of course. One battle after another.
8 films. 8 films. Fucked up dads.
Fucked up dads.
And I would say one of those films is there are 2 or half points, right? And then one is just not included with Sinners, in which I don't really think I would, even with some of
a lot of it is like
inciting incident, but like there is a little bit of an element.
There's a little bit of it, but it's more so just like how much you want to get out of it,
right?
Yeah,
I wouldn't say,
and
that
it's not what the movie's about.
No, but the other ones are. So I'm saying like I looked at this year's theme and I was like, wow, fucked up dads.
And this is such a good portrayal of a dad who like, is so fucked up that he doesn't
Sentimental Value.
Sentimental Value.
Yes, back to Sentimental Value.
Back to Sentimental Value. It's about a dad who is so fucked up with his relationship with his kids emotionally that he doesn't quite recognize why exactly his relationship with his kids is so bad. When it's like so obvious to them, and like the trauma is so like true to like their experience, and he's over here so wrapped up in his own ego.
Yes.
That all he, at least from the character's perspectives, all he cares about is like, I want to make this movie and I want you to be in it. It feels patronizing when he extends his hand to Renee, being like, I want you to star in it.
At the
yes.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think and where he's at in life and what he's understanding is why he's coming back. And all of this at the beginning feels as like his last hurrah, and he needs the right performance to nail the script for his movie, which will be the greatest movie ever. And I think as we learn, and by then it's more directed with I don't know how to communicate these things to you, so I wrote them, and
Yeah, this is like, I am going to tell you that I have grown as a person, but only in the way that I know how.
And you can only accept the role for you to find out.
Right. And it's almost like, is this better that he's doing it this way because that is like the most effective way he knows how to communicate? Or is this just like, is he so indulgent with his own sensibilities that the fact that he can't even think of a way other than that to communicate with his children,
it's kind of messed up.
It's like, it's one of the most fucked up things.
But
fucked up dad.
That's what. So I also took this as a little bit more, and it's his relationship with his daughter strained, to put it elegantly, and the her being a playwright, and acting on stage, and some talk about its purest form of acting, right? Mm-hmm. And I don't know if that's necessarily where she was trying to, where she fit in at, if that was her dream, if she thought movies were silly, or if she had one day aspirations to make more money with it, So like, it's one of those things but like, to me, it felt like he was also not an olive branch, but like, what I am about to do is for you.
Yeah,
I will put your name in the spotlight. Like everything that I'm going to be like some sort of catharsis here, and also you are going to benefit from this, from what I envision your talent being, right? And he makes that like very evident that he sees so much more out of her, right? So like, it's funny as Stellan grows through this thing too, because at least for me, I was like, at first I thought like, all right, he's just kind of like, you know what, I'm kind of old. Let's get back in touch with the daughters, right? But like,
I don't got much time left on this.
Yeah, I want you, but I got a banger of a film, and I think you could do it. I want you to do it, so why don't you just do it? And you'll make me the greatest director ever.
Yeah,
and as we go through more and more and more, and we learn and learn and learn, I think this is more about catharsis for him, and trying to help his daughter without leaving anything behind for them. Like they sold the home and all that stuff. So God, we didn't even get the whole thing. Anyway, we're going.
We're going.
Yeah,
We're going.
That was my take on it, at least with kind of their relationship and what was going on.
Yeah,
and it is a great question. Is this
more selfish, or is this because it's like the only way? It's almost like you could read it both ways, and I think it would be valid either way.
With 100%.
And I think that it is such an effective thing to cast Renee Riensvee in this, because I think this is like one of the first things I've seen her in. I know that she got buzz from Joachim Trier's previous movie, Worst Person in the World, in which it's like a kind of like romantic comedy relationship movie.
That's where I know her from.
Where she's like pretty, much popping off in that thing. But I don't know.
Different man.
Yeah, I think she is so effectively good in this as like the estranged daughter who still has the hang-ups and like clearly has not gotten over a lot of like the trauma of that, has like relationship troubles of her own. We get like an insight as to like her struggling to connect with people, like not just her father, but like,
anyone. She has attachment problems.
Yeah.
And severe attachment problems, and her most comforted person is someone that's married.
Right. Not only someone that's married, but like someone that like she used to spend all of her time with, but now has her own family. And so it's like I'm talking about the boy interest. Oh, yes.
I don't want to feel lonely. I'm going to call Todd.
Well, when
Todd's married,
when she's like, when he tells her like, oh, I'm getting a divorce, and she's like willing to take the next step in their relationship, he gets cold. And
she can't read her right. Like that's
right.
Yeah.
And then you think to yourself like, oh, the person that she has like the most emotional connectivity to is her sister, who like has her own family and like is busy with that part of her life. And so it's like, how much room do you have for this person in your life now that you've like started this whole thing? And it just feels like you get the sense that she's just being left behind.
Yeah.
Sort of like stuck in this place of like, I'm a stage actress, but like connecting with people, and like this whole like kind of mental anguish that I've grown up with has caught up to me. And so I don't know. I think it's very effectively portrayed.
I do too. It's funny. So they do the reading. Elle Fanning reads the excerpt, and Stelling kind of says, "I need you to play it this way, right?" And she hits it out of the ballpark for like an American audience, right? Starts tearing up, and he says, "This is what I want you thinking beforehand, right?" Well, so they get to the piece where now Nora's going to read it, and she just reads it like just normal, right? Like she's just reading like whatever, but you see the difference. And you talk about the depression behind the eyes. I can't remember what he told Elle Fanning to think about Rachel Kemp, but it was like one of those things. It was just very much of like, there's this beautiful sadness about you, right? Where it's just, you cannot, for some reason, get out of your own way, but you're just this, beautiful looking, I'm trying to think like how I would describe it, because I don't know how to describe beautiful sadness. Kind of like train dreams.
There's something, there's like a romantic quality, and I don't mean romantic in like, like sexual romance, but like romantic quality in the like experiences of melancholy.
Yeah, I was about to say it. Like it's that it's the, I don't want to say cool factor, but there's a certain, it looks like you're at peace, and I wish I could have that for just knowing what you know, but really you aren't aware of what they're going through.
Yeah, there's this perception I think that people can have of like, oh, if I just tapped into this level of sadness for something, I would be able to more authentically feel this way.
Yeah, like I'm more human now.
Yeah, and like I think that's part of what makes the Elle Fanning character really interesting to me.
Right.
And like, not only that, but like I like the choice in that they don't make her this like bratty actress who is going to do everything she can to get the part, and like, doesn't have any clue as to the fact that she's like not right for it at all. And I like that awareness that they give her, where she's like, this doesn't feel right. Like
Yeah.
the more I get into this, the less it feels like I should be a part of this.
Is it wrong for me to be like he used her as a chess piece? Like, did you feel that? Like he ran into a.
I don't know if he used her as a chess piece necessarily. I think that's a accurate reading. I think my reading more so is that he used her as like an emotional coping mechanism for himself.
Oh, to have his daughter there.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like I could see that. But then I would say, well, any chick could fit into that role
because
like, his daughter, or maybe that's what he envisioned his daughter being.
Because he's like trying to mold her into being more like his actual daughter, and so when, because that scene where they're together on the beach, I think is so telling. After we've seen him interact with his real daughters,
right.
when he like runs into her and they have like this natural, like charismatic energy together where it's like, yeah, they get along. There's like something weirdly paternal here. And I think that he kind of like uses that and is like, well, maybe this can be like a stand-in for my lack of emotional.
We have a connection. I don't have a lot of connections with people anymore. We had one. Yeah, you're a female. Come on in.
My lack of sensing emotional I guess completion. I don't know what the word for that would be.
No, I know. It's all these people are experiencing loneliness. At least the two mains, right, are experiencing loneliness in some regard. One, looking back on life and not ever having realized they've established a connection with anyone outside of the sister. The other one looking back on life and realizing he no longer has any connections with anyone that he really cares about.
Yeah.
And so they're both kind of sitting here in this isolated area surrounded by people and with the art, and yeah, I don't know. I mean, that makes sense too. Like I kind of like that. I like that take on it. I guess I like Stellan kind of being like a director, how he was always, kind of maneuvering the people around, and that's why I guess I felt more of like, in a narcissistic way, like I will show my daughter, or try to say, hey, like you're better than the best actress I could possibly get, but like also I see it that way too of like, boy, we had this connection. I haven't had a connection with anyone in a while. You're my daughter's age, like let's see what we can make happen. I just want you to look more like her,
I think that it's very telling that this Joachim Trier decided to make a movie about filmmakers, and specifically a filmmaker who very clearly it's like being portrayed as like this sort of self-serving thing. And like, I think just naturally he's saying something about the idea of a famous director and like how much of what they do is just inherently self-serving. You look at someone like Quentin Tarantino and it's like, this guy huffs his own farts for breakfast. And it's like not too surprising because he has been told throughout his life that like he's one of the greatest directors of all time. And that like there's something about his work that like resonates with people. And like when you make something like that, I think it can just naturally go to your head.
Dude, anyone that hits apex, whatever position they're in, are going to develop God complexes.
Yeah.
Like I have that. I am almost a firm believer in that. Like, whatever your profession may be, they're everywhere. Like, if you had Quentin Tarantino and Nick Saban in the same room, both of them would fucking be narcissistic assholes and like fake around with each other and be like, that guy doesn't know what he's talking about, right? Like, it's just So I think he hit it. He was using Stellan in that regard.
It almost
right?
What's the closest analogy to Gustav Borg in this movie? Is it Lars von Trier?
Man, dude, I don't know. I had a hard time. Like, is this guy famous? Like, I can't.
Right.
So he had the one film that she cried in, and they're like, he goes, I made that in '77. I think it was like a lesser known film that it started gaining notoriety. Like, once again, I watched this last night, and his daughters were young, so it was like the third or fourth film he made.
And it was implied that like he hadn't made a movie in a long time.
Well, so that he said my last movie was 15 years ago, right? And he said the documentary that I did is off the charts. And I'm like, okay, so you made a family film. You haven't made one in 15 years and your new one is a doc? Like, how popular are you?
Right. And it's almost like the kind of sand is falling through his fingers in terms of trying to get this current movie made.
Yes.
Because like obviously the crux of it is, oh, I'm going through this as like a process to get closer to my daughter.
Yeah.
But you also get an insight as to like his status as a director and like how people view him when he's being interviewed by like the press and like, so your movie's heading straight to Netflix. Is that right? Like, this idea that is like a diminutive thing for him. Like, oh, I guess there's no other way I can get this funded. So crawling to Netflix, here I go. Like,
I thought that was like a nice little.
Yeah.
Poke,
yeah, it was a nice little jab.
Yeah.
But
I couldn't tell you. Like, he did well enough to own that shitty house.
I mean, that's true. I don't know. I think I would like to live in that house. Get to eavesdrop on people in the front room.
Nah. Maybe.
Just kind of listen in.
Yeah.
They
had that
shit about
huge
me.
crack, and it said that it was going to fall down and collapse on the people at some point. But they said they were just a blink in the eye of the houses, how long it could be around.
Yeah.
So,
what do you make of the idea that he is the story itself is supposedly about how his mother killed herself, sorry,
yeah,
and how he wants his daughter to play his mother essentially in the movie, and how like there's such a weird like kind of meta narrative to that, with the implication that like her suicide fucked him up so much that it made the man that he became, and in turn fucked her up so much that he is
generational trauma.
He has now made a movie in which he wants her to portray the reason he is so fucked up. So it becomes this really kind of fascinating circular thing of, like you said, generational trauma, and like how we fuck each other up in terms of familial relationships.
I also think it was, once again, we talk about catharsis. I think it was like, and I'm trying to remember, there's like some sort of, I don't want to say it's an effigy or something that you can do, but there's like a sense of letting go.
Yeah.
That people will do, whether it's like burning a raft down the river, and putting like your clothes on it, or I think there's like a sort of cleanse that you can do where it's like you haven't died, but like death has overtaken like spiritually, and it kind of like refreshes you. So I think my glimpse on that was just, hey, we're gonna hit this bout of catharsis. Like, you are so much like not only like what I have done to you and what she did to me, but also in terms of torture and pain and what you're maybe suffering and what she actually physically suffered, maybe on the same lines.
It feels like him kind of reconciling with his own issues in a way that feels like, okay, there's obviously something within him that like recognizes the flaws of him as a person.
I think once he got, once again, I mean, he hadn't made a film in 15 years. Maybe he did some like self-reflection, and like he's like, hey, you know what? I've messed this up for as long as I am. I'm not going to be around here anymore. And I think he might, be looking at his friends too. Like, he had the Peter Thiel guy, right? The director he was going to work with, or the cinematographer. Remember, the best thing is like they're sitting there talking, and it's like the guy's by himself. This is beautiful area, and it's just like all the money in the world just has bought him this. And then the guy gets up, he's in poor health, and he's like, "Holy shit!" Like that, like, no, you're not directing my film, right? Or cinematography, whatever you want to call it, right? And also, they made the comment of like, hey, but your grandkids love coming here. He goes, grandkids? Like, they don't fucking come near me, And it's like it like kind of,
makes him realize something in that.
He kind of gets a sense of like, man, like, I've got these chances, And I think that's why he wanted, and that's why like the more interesting one to me was Eric playing him. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's where I was like, but it felt more of like, once again, we're going to make this like a family project. So. Mm-hmm.
I gotta shout this out. So I saw this movie in a theater. It was actually the same day I saw Hamnet in theater.
Wow.
Double feature.
That's not bad.
Talk about an emotional roller coaster.
That actually is but this one's not like, I feel like this one's a lot more.
This one you can kind of hold more at arm's length, I feel. Yeah.
Oh, there's more levity in it and a little bit more closure.
That's what I was going to bring up is, I don't think I had laughed harder in a theater in a while than when, as a loving grandfather gives their grandson for their birthday, a 9-year-old's birthday, what better way than to gift them Blu-ray copies of Irreversible and The Piano Teacher?
Yeah. I know Irreversible. Have not seen that one yet.
Me neither. It might be a podcast recommendation one of these days. We have not talked about Gaspar Noé on this show.
But I don't know The Piano Teacher. I did.
Piano Teacher's Michael Haneke. Same director as Funny Games.
Yeah.
So you can kind of infer. He
said he's like, they just don't make them like they used to. He's like, Monica Bellucci, damn it. You know?
Yeah, I love how enthusiastic the grandson is. He's like, oh boy. It's like, kid, if you
we don't have a DVD player. Well, it cracks me up too how much they're like, oh, it's Grandpa joshing around, how fun.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you have those movies in your home now.
Yeah.
Like, they're not, unless you throw that away.
This is going to be a cover of a movie he remembers for the rest of his life.
Yeah, either you, like, this is the best gag gift after that gets tossed, or like, burn that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was
very, very fucking funny.
Oh my God.
I love that
I'm like, old directors have like, they're like, hey, this movie really took some liberties. Just remember it's art.
That's kind of what makes me think he's a little Lars von Trier coded, is he picks those specific movies.
Yeah. Did von Trier do our Last Days? Right? Is that
that was Van Sant.
I would set the house that Jack built.
Yeah, that's von Trier.
That's von Trier.
Yep.
I don't know. I'd probably go a little bit more Van Sant.
Yeah.
Well, now I gotta look.
Van Sant has more movies under his belt, though. I don't know, and I feel like, because Stellan is in an okay amount of Lars von Trier movies, I think that's also what made me think of it as well.
Elephant, Paranoid Park, Drugstore Cowboy, Dead Man's Wire.
You're just going through Gus Van Sant's filmography?
Oh, I'm just kind of looking at like a little bit of what we got going on. I'm trying to get the feel.
Speaking of Skarsgård, yeah, Dead Man's Wire, Bill Skarsgård.
Yeah. Von Trier. I love how like Imdb, if you're not close, there it is.
It's just like, fuck you.
Yeah, like you're not. Annie,
we're not helping you out.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he's as dark as Von Trier, because he's got the well, maybe I don't. Who knows? I don't know these guys.
Who knows? I mean, we'd have to see more Gustav Borg movies.
Who's to say?
Who's to say? Shall we get into ratings?
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. We got
a boogie.
Oh yeah, we got a boogie. God damn it.
Sorry.
It's all right.
So I go first.
Yes.
This is a really good movie. I'm glad I saw it in theaters. I think fantastic performances all around. I think for me, some of it's the rewatch value, some of it is just like the connectivity, but I was just enthralled with a lot of what this movie was doing. I think it looks great. I think there's a big reason why it'll be where it's at on my ranking, and I'm excited to get into that. So for now, this is a high 8 out of 10.
Nice. I think I'm going to be in the same boat. I mean, I watched this thing last night, didn't look at the clock once. I really like the character performances in this. I really like Stellan Skarsgård in this. For some reason, I thought he was cool, Like, I was like, all right, not necessarily what he did with his family.
Dude,
but
if my grandpa got me a Blu-ray copy of Irreversible, I'd think he's pretty cool.
Yeah. Sick grandpa. But yeah, like I really enjoyed this thing and kind of where it got to. And it's kind of, we get people growing and learning, right? And figuring out more about themselves and the people that they're connected with. And it all felt very deep and personal. So this is a high 8 out of 10. That discussion made me like get closer to 9 talking about it than it did an 8. Mm-hmm. And I was like, okay, like I guess yeah.
I mean, I honestly might raise my rating. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. Who knows?
Rankings. So because I picked the first movie, I think it's appropriate that you go first with listing your rankings. Should we go from 10 to 1?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
So my rankings, I've got number 10, Frankenstein.
Ooh.
Yeah. Number 9, F1. All right, so let me say it too. I got to highlight it too. So Frankenstein, 10, highlighted in red. That just meant probably never watching again. Dog shit.
Oh, you color coded them. Okay.
Well, I had to, so like I was going through this because I had it one way and then I was like, nah, this is it. The next one is olive green. So 9 is F1, 8 is The Secret Agent, meaning probably easier to rewatch for me, but not necessarily like the greatest films.
Yes.
Like I think I could rewatch The Secret Agent and have it on again and be fine. And then 7 through 4 are good movies, tough rewatch. So 7 is Hamnet. 6 is Train Dreams. I'm going to do it. I'm fucking doing it. 5's Bugonia and 4 is Sentimental Value.
Okay.
Yeah. Bugonia was actually at 4, but just, I think I'd rather, I could rewatch Sentimental Value before, I think. All right. 3 is on its own for just masterpiece, right? I just put it as there. Sinners. Like just this, if this was a different year, this could be fucking number 1 easy.
Yeah.
Okay. The hardest it's ever been trying to figure out 1 and 2. Like literally last year, The Brutalist snuck up on me and I was like, that's it. That's it. I'm done. Love it.
It like
done.
shanked you in an alley.
Oh yeah. Like just out of nowhere and then just took off and then gave me money, you know? So I've prefaced this before, but I think Marty Supreme at number 2 is going to have a little bit lesser of a rewatch of, than what One Battle After Another did when I did rewatch it. And I think it's just because of how it plays out, the stakes, knowing those choices. And I think those are very fun thrill rides. And while I think it loses a little bit of value on a rewatch. Now, I have to rewatch it to know. And I really wanted Marty Supreme to be number 1, but I think I just got to be true to myself and where I've already been at. I think it's One Battle.
There you go.
So
One battle with a bullet.
Yeah, One Battle.
I think you'll find that our lists are pretty similar. I mean, there's differences, obviously, but I think the overall general feel and vibe of our lists are pretty aligned.
Yeah, we've actually been lining up on the our ratings too.
Yeah. I don't think that's a coincidence. I think it's a testament to the overall quality of the movies.
Yeah.
So my number 10 is going to be F1. My number 9 is Frankenstein. So
yeah, right there.
Kind of similar region, but flipped a little bit.
Yep.
My number 8, The Secret Agent.
Wow.
Again, for me, big one going against it is rewatch value, but overall, really good movie.
Yeah.
Hamnet, number 7. One of those that I think I had higher initially, and, some of the other movies just sat a little bit better in my mind, especially when discussing these. I actually kind of futzed around with my rankings as we were talking. So very kind of off the cuff list, but it's a list that I, for right now, feel comfortable with.
Yeah.
Number 6, Train Dreams. I think it's one that perfectly kind of sits in the middle for me because it is such a vibes movie. Looks great. Acting's good. What more can you really ask of it? Number 5, Sentimental Value. Just like on the edge.
Yeah.
On the edge of like those truly great movies that I think are nominated this year.
Yeah.
Number 4, Sinners.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
So Sinners begins the regions of like 9 or 10 out of 10.
Oh yeah, that's where I was kind of at. Yeah.
And so I think while it's high on the list, it is like it doesn't quite make it in terms of like how excited I get when I think about the other movies that are higher up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Number 3, Bugonia.
That's an easy one.
I think, you can kind of see where this is going.
Yes.
Like I said, different lists, but similar regions. Number 2, Marty Supreme. Safdie, he did it. Tim Cham, he really did it. He paddled that thing like Kevin O'Leary paddled his ass.
Yes.
And you can see that in the movie and have a good time with that. And my number 1, much like yours with a bullet, is One Battle After Another.
Yeah. And I will tell you right now, if I throw on Marty Supreme and I'm like, oh yeah, this is just as good, if not better, it'll get flipped. Like it's a fucking thread. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a thread.
It's nipping at the heels.
God bless it. Like, I sat there and I was like, my only nervousness is because Uncut, when I saw it for the first time, was like, this might be the greatest movie I've ever seen.
It's a powerhouse.
And like,
Uncut Gems, it like suplexes a lot of what would go up against it.
But then like I throw it on now and I'm like, all right, like I'm picking and choosing. And it's just the thrill ride's not there, right? And you just examine the choices more. I mean, that's probably where you could get to. But and say lovey. All right. What do we got next?
What we got next is your recommendation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We're wrapping this up. This episode will come out the day of the Oscar ceremony, but obviously before it airs. So a lot of the claims we've made, a lot of the predictions we've laid out might not happen the way that it will actually occur.
We got to take pictures of our predictions and put them up on the...
I have mine. If you want to send me yours.
Well, I gotta do mine.
Okay.
I still got time.
All right.
Just to keep it easy.
All right.
After
a long assignment that we had.
Yeah. I will tell you right now, I've watched this movie recently within the last couple weeks. I think I've never, you know me, I don't like talking about bad films. Okay, I don't like talking about bad films. I've watched one recently that it tickled me so much, and I am just excited to talk about this film because I need someone else to see this thing. Everyone I've talked to, everyone's like, "Oh, I've heard of it."
This almost feels threatening, especially with the thunder that's going on outside.
It's not. It's very. You will get a kick out of this thing. I will tell you right now. And in fact, if you have friends over, you guys all enjoy it.
I'm excited.
Okay, it is called Mac and Me.
I'm familiar with this movie.
Everyone is. I go, hey, have you seen Mac and Me? They go, yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah, I know it. And I'm like, have you seen it? And they go, no, I've heard of it. It's like there's things here and there that you've heard of. Dude, I threw this thing on and was like, I'm only gonna watch the 30 minutes. Like Willow was with me. She watched 50 minutes. I was like into it, not into it type deal.
Yeah.
Kyle, I cannot tell. Like, this shit is gonna blow your mind.
I'm excited.
I promise to God.
I've seen one scene of this, and it has to do with Paul Rudd.
Yep. Yeah. That's where I was at.
That's where I think most people are exposed to this movie through.
Yeah, and it's like it's very funny, but that is just the tip of the iceberg.
We will talk about it when we discuss for episode 116 Mac's recommendation of Mac and Me. Mac and Me are going to talk about Mac and Me.
Yeah.
I feel like that was part of the juice of you recommending that.
Yeah. It's all in there.
We can get a lot of mileage. Speaking of mileage, be sure to drive your way to that movie before the episode comes out. Thank you guys for listening to our Oscars episode. I know it was a bit of a long boy, much like last year's. This is probably going to be around the 4-hour mark, so hopefully you guys get a lot out of this.
2 hours off. Yeah.
And I know Mac has got to go real quick, so we are just going to sign off with whatever McLean has in store for us. McLean, what do we say?
WWTHD.
Bye, everyone. The Neon Crew podcast is hosted by Kyle Yates and McLean Parker. Kyle, who is myself, also helps to produce, edit, and upload every episode. Our music was composed by Gideon Hunter. Our artwork was created by Lauren Hunter. Thank you so much for listening to our show. Episodes get scheduled to release every 2 weeks. You can find us on YouTube, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts. Follow us on various social media platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, and our YouTube community page for updates and information on upcoming episodes. Want to join the Neon Mafia? Head over to our shop page at etsy.com/shop/the Neon Crew Podcast for some quality, comfortable merch.